just went and locked her away so that we could start, and she has apparently escaped. Good morning, everyone. Excuse me while I go lock Elsie up again. She's the most mournful of cats.
Oh.
Yes, hi. No, you don't. Yeah, I know. All right. We're going to lock you in here this time because this door is harder for you. You get to hang out on the bed and be quiet. All right. Well, let's try that again. Good morning. Okay. Oh, let's see how today is going to go. Making sure that my phone is actually on Do Not Disturb. Right. Andrew, what page are we on?
We're on page 275 in the middle, right after "and the pretension."
Got it.
Is, yeah, okay.
If you're doing playback, I can't hear it.
I am not. Are you ready?
Okay, good. Yes, I am. Are you still laughing at Elsie?
I was still laughing at Elsie, yes, and the technical speak on the chat.
Oh. I will look at that when we take a break.
Indeed.
Yes.
All right. Longer than normal pre-roll. Oh, let me just do the. Just go ahead and get the noise for one more time.
Okay.
Great. Here we go.
Mess. I expected better of a British man. Swiss German, just has the accent. I turned another page, and the pretension.
Hence the tea kettle, I presume. At the desk, Eugene said, "Tea kettle."
Sorry, one sec for me. Let me just adjust volumes here. You're a little bit louder. It's just the new day, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Same punch. I'll do it shorter though.
Turned another page, and the pretension.
Hence the tea kettle, I presume. At the desk, Eugene said, "Tea kettle." He spun in the chair and spotted the gleaming chrome.
He spun. Here we go.
Eugene said, "Tea kettle."
He spun in the chair and spotted the gleaming chrome appliance. A pressure kettle? Hot damn. Language. Myrtle didn't even look up from the filing cabinet. It's a room full of pilots. Are you telling me that ladies can't handle a little?
Or are you telling? Here we go.
It's a room full of pilots.
Are you telling me that ladies can't handle a little salty language? He picked up the kettle and riffled through the tea things. I'm telling you that I want you to watch your mouth. And stop going through the man's tea stash like you're a grave rub. She gasped, spinning to point at the tea. We need to take all of that to Anna Teresa and have her test it.
We need. Here we go.
Gasped, spinning to point at the tea.
We need to take all of that to Anna Teresa and have her test it. Eugene set down the box of tea bags he was holding. We all stared at it as if it were a bomb waiting to go off. It might be poisoned, or none of it might be. Or maybe it was the kettle. Or maybe Frisch just got unlucky and randomly developed a liver problem.
Or maybe, here we go.
It might be. Or maybe it was the kettle.
Or maybe Frisch just got unlucky and randomly developed a liver problem. Shit. God damn it all to hell. Eugene rubbed his forehead, pinching his eyes closed. Nicole, will you take it to Simod when we're through here? Yes. I'd been let out of my cage, but I was still one of the few people vaccinated, and Anna Teresa needed me. I reached the last page of this week's roster and flipped back to the beginning. Faustino isn't assigned to any tasks this week. That wasn't odd in and of itself, since the quarantine meant that a lot of tasks were on hold, except for one little problem. I looked across to Helen, who appeared to be having the exact same thought I was. If he had no assignments, why did he have a spacesuit that needed to be serviced? That night, I dreamed that.
That night, here we go.
That needed to be serviced.
That night, I dreamed that it was raining. When I woke, my face was pressed into a damp... Excuse me?
When I woke, here we go.
At night, I dreamed that it was raining.
When I woke, my face was pressed into a damp spot on my hammock's pillow. Truly, the fact that I drool when I sleep is one of my least attractive features, and being in 1/6 G should make it happen slower, but alas, does not. My body barely flattened the fabric of my hammock.
Let me just go back and check one quick thing.
Mhm.
It was the or.
Okay.
Excuse me. Or maybe Frisch just got unlucky. Let's just make sure that the or is...
Yeah. There's a train with a whistle right now.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's good timing. Let me find the or here.
Yeah. I want the ice cream that you're throwing into the channel. This is my problem with going over and looking at what y'all are saying. It's like, but I want ice cream.
Yeah, what's that?
They're talking about ice cream in the in the comms.
Or are you telling me that ladies can't handle a little salty language from Eugene? You just left out the or, it sounded
Okay.
like. Is the train gone?
Yes. Yeah.
cannot-
It's gone.
Okay, here we go. Do you see where I am? Sorry. It's on page 275.
Or maybe Frisch.
No,
No.
it's or are you telling me that ladies? It's right
There,
in the middle.
yeah. I was like,
Here
there's
we
a
go.
bunch of ors on this page.
You know,
Mhm.
the or.
Oh, yeah.
It's a room full of pilots.
Or are you telling me that ladies can't handle a little salty language?
Thank you. All right, back where we were, which was. But alas, does not. After does not. Here we go.
Okay, hang on. I'm not quite there yet.
Okay,
Okay, got it.
here we go.
Or, but alas, does not.
My body barely flattened the fabric of my hammock, but fluid dynamics still allowed saliva to escape and saturate my pillow. I was too warm in the small space. Without a fan to circulate the air, it felt as warm and muggy as a summer night on Earth. Something plinked in the darkness of my storage locker. From the sliver of light peeking into the room from sickbay, I couldn't tell the time, but I'd been asleep long enough that the phosphorescent labels had faded to nothing. I yawned and rolled carefully over to check my Omega watch where I'd propped it on a shelf.
I yawned. Here we go.
Fluorescent labels had faded to nothing.
I yawned and rolled carefully over to check my Omega watch where I'd propped it on a shelf of saline bags. 2 a.m. I had only been asleep for 3 hours. I set the watch.
I set.
Only been asleep for 3 hours.
I set the watch back down, and the shelf underneath it was damp. Groaning, I sat up. If one of the saline bags had sprung a leak, no telling what other supplies were getting wet. I stood. The floor was damp, too. Water dripped in my face. What the... I turned the light on. Condensation hung on every surface. As I stood there, dumbfounded, a heavy droplet fell from the ceiling. Beads of water hung from pipes and ran down the metal shelves. Granted, the closet wasn't intended to have people sleeping in it, but I shouldn't have created that much moisture with my breath. Something was very wrong with the environmental controls. I couldn't help thinking about the CO2 filter Kurt had pointed me toward, even though those filters had nothing to do with humidity. Opening the door, I stepped out into rain. Not real rain, I'll grant, but any water falling on the moon was so off-nominal that the emotional impact felt like rain. The main room of sickbay had only the dim glow of a nightlight, but it illuminated enough condensation coating the exposed pipes that water was dripping steadily. Garnet saw me and visibly relaxed on her cot. Her voice was barely a whisper. "Thank heavens, Birgit is on the floor." One cot was empty. "Birgit?" Warm water dripped on my arm and ran down my skin, disappearing when it hit my cast. I grimaced. That was an airplane.
Yeah, I heard that. Let me see here.
Yeah.
Yeah, right after Grimace, though. That was
Oh, yeah.
pretty good. Tell me when you don't hear it. Oh, wait, we got to get a drop out anyway, so it's all
Okay.
good.
Cool.
Just on. One cot was empty. It's just the phrase. Here we go. If it's gone, I don't hear it. Do you?
It's clear, yeah.
Okay.
Birgit is on the floor.
One cot was empty.
Birgit?
Okay.
Wait. Yeah. Okay. So then, after Grimace, please.
Okay.
Asked. I grimaced.
That was going to be a
Sorry,
problem.
hold on. I heard the plane earlier
Okay.
than Grimace. Let's take it from warm water, please. Sorry.
Okay.
Here we go.
Birgit?
Warm water dripped on my arm and ran down my skin, disappearing when it hit my cast. I grimaced. That was going to be a problem. "Here!" Her voice came from a puddle of darkness near the wall. Hurrying, I slipped on the damp floor and caught myself on Wafia's bed. She was sitting up and wiping water off her face. "What's going on?" "It looks like the dehumidifiers have failed." Humans exhaled carbon dioxide, yes, but also water vapor. It's why the first generation of space helmets fogged up. Don't worry, the folks in Ops will be right on this. I found Birgit on her hands and one knee, dragging the other leg behind her. She dropped back to sit with her weak leg stretched in front of her and smiled up at me. "I was nearly there." She gestured.
I nearly was there.
I nearly was there. Right. Right, because... Yes.
Stretched in front of her and smiled up at me.
"I nearly was there." She gestured to the wall. "But I have not yet found out how I would reach to the intercom." How I would to reach the intercom. Right.
She gestured to the wall.
"But I have not yet found out how I would to reach the intercom." "I've got it." I held out my hands. "Let me get you back to bed." Birgit shook her head. "I'm at the moment well. Call Ops so they may first start working the problem." I nodded, looking around the room for details to tell them. It was much worse out here, with a steady plink, plink of water dripping on metal and plastic. "I'll let them know you spotted the problem." And that made her last name run through my head. Birgit First. Swiss. Worked in comms. It was probably a coincidence, but things turned over in my head. Sure, she hadn't been at the church service, but then neither had Frisch. Perhaps she should have been on my list. Perhaps everyone should have been. Standing, I pressed the intercom button. 1,000 bees stung my hand. Light cracked. Everything went dark. "29. Polar Explorer's Body Found as Glaciers Melt" by John Schwartz, special to the National Times. Nuuk, Greenland, May 3rd, 1963. The ice cap of this So, since I'm paused on this, I will say this is another one written by actual John Schwartz, who is a contemporary New York Times writer. And he wrote this specifically for this book as a thing that might have happened in 1963 with the change in climate, because it did happen later in our timeline. So he moved it to then, and which is pretty cool.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
After 1963, please.
Okay.
May 3rd, 1963.
The ice cap of this northern nation gave up one of its secrets today as the body of the scientist.
Same place, please.
May 3rd, 1963.
As the body of the scientist and explorer Alfred Wegener.
Yeah, we got to take it back at the ice cap, please.
Oh, sorry. I
Yep.
don't know why I just did that.
That's all right. Here we go.
Enthusiasm.
May 3rd, 1963.
The ice cap of this northern nation gave up one of its secrets today as the body of the scientist and explorer Alfred
As the body.
Wegener.
Here we go. Here we go.
Nation gave up one of its secrets today.
As the body.
Nation gave up one of its secrets today.
As the body of the scientist and explorer Alfred Wegener was uncovered by the receding snow and ice. Alfred Lothar Wegener, who came up with the concept of continental drift, died on a Greenland expedition in 1930. Wegener proposed in 1912 that the Earth's continents were once joined but broke up and drifted away from each other. Wegener was not the first to notice that the east coast of South America seemed to fit together with the west coast of Africa, but he assembled a wealth of geological and fossil evidence to support the theory. While any child can see that the eastern South America
Fossil evidence to support the theory.
While any child can see that the eastern South America
Any school child.
Oh, thank you.
Fossil evidence to support the theory.
While any schoolchild can see that the eastern South America could nestle snugly against western Africa, Wegener did the scientific work of assembling geological and fossil data that substantiated his claims, finding similar fossils of plants and... Oh, wow. That is an entire sentence that's not supposed to be here. Fascinating. Okay, we're just going to have to roll with that. I'm
right.
going to pull it out for the UK edition, though. Because those two sentences say exactly the same thing. And I'm pretty sure that we edited it and they just both landed here.
After claims? Finding similar?
Yep.
Here we go.
Data that substantiated his claims.
Finding similar fossils of animals and plants across a vast ocean suggested that the separate continents had once been joined in a supercontinent he called Pangaea. Mainstream geologists, however, disputed his theory, which languished until...
I don't know. How confident are you about Pangaea versus Pangea?
Pangea, sounds great.
I don't know. Let me look it up real quick. Pangea.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Had once been, please. Here we go.
Suggested that the separate continents
had once been joined in a supercontinent he called Pangaea. Mainstream geologists, however, disputed his theory, which languished until the 1960s, when the developing field of plate tectonics showed the underlying mechanism of continental movement. Climate change is a global crisis, but it can surprise us with good news, said Peter Horrer, Wegener's grandson. I am pleased that we will be able to return my father's, grandfather's, great-grandfather's, and my great-great-grandfather's remains to their various ancestral homes.
Sounds like that song, I'm My Own Grandpa.
Yeah.
Horror?
Horrer? I don't know.
I don't know either. Is this a real person?
Yeah.
Okay. Peter.
Forvo, maybe?
Yep. I've got a German and a Spanish.
Go with German. And I bet that's supposed to be Wegener. Maybe I should see where this guy is from.
Harar is what people are saying.
Hara.
You can hear it if you want. It's kind of strange.
Yeah, no, that's definitely.
It seems like wrong, but
No, that would be right, but
oh, is that?
Oh, yeah. Wegener is a, so that'd be Wegener.
Let's go back to as the body, or would the newsman
I'm
pronounce
gonna
it?
go ahead and let the newsman do the Americanization of it because he's an asshole.
Great.
However, I will give
Horror as opposed to horror.
I will give Harrer, and also I will, since I'm doing the I will redo the tiny bit of dialogue in there.
Got it. So start from climate change.
Yep.
Here we go.
Some of continental movement.
Climate change is a global crisis, but it can surprise us with good news. Said Peter Herrer, Wegener's grandson. I am pleased that we will be able to return my grandfather's remains to his ancestral home instead of the bleak Arctic wastes. I found her. Soft hands patted my arms and ran down to grip my right wrist. There's a pulse. It was dark. Blinking didn't fix that. Let me I just want to change my read on soft hands. Sorry.
Okay.
I found her.
Soft hands patted my arms and ran down to grip my right wrist. There's a pulse. It was dark. Blinking didn't fix that. My left arm was a pulsing, stinging, hot and cold ache. Water dripped in my face and the air smelled like a thunderstorm. The picnic will get wet. Even as I said it, I was pretty sure that didn't make sense. I frowned, trying to sort out why it was dark. The clouds were hiding the stars, I guessed. I'll find Dr. Brandau. A young woman with a Swiss-German accent spoke from across the room. Another woman, maybe Arabic, said, "Careful you don't get shocked. Everything is wet. There's no power." It felt like dragging my brain through sludge, but I finally got a little traction. Shocked. I'd been shocked. I swallowed and my throat hurt. I'm all right. Just stunned. Stunned? The woman who had taken my pulse.
Does stun need to sound more
Outraged?
honestly offended? Yeah.
Yes.
There we go.
Just stunned.
Stunned? The woman who had taken my pulse sounded honestly offended. I knew her name. Arizonan. Imelda. You were thrown across the room. I can still see the arc burned into my eyes. Just give me a brandy and I'll be fine. I pushed myself up on my right elbow. Every muscle in my body ached, but something was very wrong with my left arm. A brandy? Imelda did not sound as if she had gained any more confidence about my wits. It's something my mother used to say. Hit by lightning 3 times. The room was so dark. I was getting
Question about the person who took the pulse.
Uh-huh.
It sounded a little bit like Helen when she first said, "I found her." Is that Imelda?
It's Imelda.
Take a listen and see if you're cool with it.
West. I found her.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. Let me redo that.
Okay, here we go.
Out of the bleak Arctic wastes.
I found her. There's a pulse.
Thank you.
Because you'll need both of them.
Oh, shit. Right. Yep. Did I stop too soon? I did.
Probably.
Sorry.
Nope, you
All
were
right,
being efficient.
There's a pulse. Here we go.
Down to grip my right wrist.
There's a pulse.
Great. Thank you. And the rest of it sounded right. So
Great.
back where we were.
Hit by lightning 3 times.
I was getting flashes.
Okay.
The room was so dark.
I was getting phantom flashes of color at the edges. Just to confirm, the lights are out? Yes. Her hand was still on my wrist. Just rest until we get the doctor? Oh, yeah, right. Okay, so we won't be able to look this one up because this is a phonetic spelling of a Swiss German curse that a Swiss German gave me. It means 5 stars, which, and he didn't know why it meant that, but it did. Okay.
Is it making sense to you?
Yeah. No, it's just the me needing to actually Sternefufi. Okay.
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 Can we pick it from just rest? Because there's a little bit of a dropout.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Her hand was still on my wrist.
Just rest until we get the doctor. Sternefufi. That was Birgit.
That, here we go.
Sternefufi.
That was Birgit, who said she'd find Anna Teresa. The door is shut. Yes, we lost power. I wanted to curl protectively around my wrist, but sat up, feeling a little more present. There was some reason that I didn't want Birgit to leave, but I was having trouble dragging it.
But I was, here we go. Oh, that was me.
Okay.
I didn't want Birgit to leave, but
I was having trouble dragging it out of the morass. Airlocks automatically close. You can still open it, right? A breathy voice right on the edge of a whisper. Garnet, the computer who had been seeing Caden Murphy. Yes, but we can't see to check the delta V pressure. That might not be reliable even if we could see the gauge. Did anyone notice what time it started? A general murmur of apologies and demurrals went.
The general.
anyone notice what time it started?
A general murmur of apologies and demurrals.
Let's check that real quick, because you said it one way and then another way, unless you're sure.
I am not.
Me neither. Demurral.
Demurral.
Uh-huh.
Anyone notice what time it started?
A general murmur of apologies and demurrals went through the sickbay. I rolled onto my knees, right hand resting in a shallow puddle of condensation. The cotton padding inside my cast was damp and cold against my skin. I sighed and let my head drop. It was raining. We didn't have a working intercom, and I was the only person who could walk. Theoretically walk. I hadn't tried to stand yet, and Mother was always wobbly for a while after a lightning strike. I didn't even have a 9-iron to lean on. At least no one could see me struggle as I sat back on my haunches and decided that standing would need to wait for a minute. A drip splashed on my head and ran through my hair. All right, ladies, let's work the problem. I closed my eyes, which bizarrely made it easier to think, even in a dark room. Roll call and status? Birgit first, unharmed. Do we talk about the polio? Wincing, I turned toward the sound of her voice, which was to my right and presumably near the door. Only if you are having a status change or need immediate medical attention. Why flag something when I was the only person in the room who didn't have it? Imelda Corona, unharmed? She was still next to me on my right side. Garnet Cunningham, unharmed? An ironic phrase, since the computer was one of the hardest hit and could barely whisper. Anna Teresa had put her on pure oxygen, but it wasn't that much more than the normal air here. We use an argon-nitrogen mix to reduce fire danger, but oxygen was still a higher percentage than on Earth. I shuddered, imagining that arc in one of the old pure oxygen capsules. Wafia Sinat Abasi, unharmed? Also, still in bed and slightly behind me, which made it easier for me to build a mental picture of where I was in the room. I was perhaps a meter from the wall the intercom shared with the outer door, so I had not been blown.
Sorry. Couple things.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check. I thought I might have heard a little dropout, so I'm just going to check that real quick. Yeah, let's see. What can I do about that?
That's right, we have some actual
Ease and
Germans
demur.
watching us right now.
I rolled on.
So I am going to paste in the text, and you can tell me whether or not it sounded even remotely right.
What are we doing?
Oh, I am watching them in
stuff.
the chat. Yeah.
Okay. I just need I need ran through the sick bay. So after demurrals.
Okay.
Or went through the sick bay is what I need, which is a previous page.
I got it.
Okay.
Of apologies and demurrals.
Went through the sick bay.
Thank you. Great. Thank you. And then you said something other than assistance on the next page.
Okay.
Oh, no, same page, or 281. Sorry, still at the bottom. Only if you're having a status change or need immediate medical, I think you said attention, it's assistance.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm. From the only, please.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
My flag something. Right, and presumably near the door.
Only if you are having a status change or need immediate medical assistance.
Great, thank you.
So I saw in the chat that someone was saying that glamour does not work in the dark. Incorrect. Glamour does work in the dark, but it doesn't cast light, so it won't help you if you're in a dark room to use glamour. Although in this case, if you did an extremely bright glamour and kept your back to it, you would get a very dim glow, but probably not enough to actually navigate by. They're manipulating the waveforms, not the particles of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Where I was in the room.
Okay.
Let's see here. Okay, so I was perhaps a meter, so on page 282, 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph, beginning of it.
Sorry, I've got a program that is open and just giving me pop-ups, and I'm just trying to get rid of it.
Gotcha.
All right.
282, 4 paragraphs down. I was perhaps a meter.
Yes, got it.
Here we go.
Of where I was in the room.
I was perhaps a meter from the wall the intercom shared with the outer door, so I had not been blown. One more time on that. I just didn't like my read.
Yeah, it got suddenly quite a bit louder too from where you were.
Oh yeah, no, I know why.
Okay.
Which is part of why I didn't like my read, because I went back to normal narration instead of I'm exhausted because I've been hit with a bajillion volts.
Yes, indeed. All right, here we go.
Of where I was in the room.
I was perhaps a meter from the wall the intercom shared with the outer door, so I had not been blown clear across the room. I'd probably fallen back.
I'd probably.
Blown clear across the room.
I'd probably fallen back, and the process of sitting had made me seem to be farther
And the process.
Mm-hmm.
1 second.
Yep.
Okay, here we go.
Process of sitting had made me seem
to be farther. One more time.
Is that a bad punch?
It's fine.
Okay.
Process of sitting had made me seem
To be farther away than I was. One more time. Sorry, it's the I keep parsing the sentence wrong is actually what's going on.
Process of sitting had made me seem
to be farther away than I was. That meant the storage closet would be to my left on the other short wall. Good. Something else was wrong. Besides the water dripping and my arm and the blackout was... There should be emergency lights. It shouldn't be this dark. Someone else will be working the larger problems, so let's solve just the things in this room.
Uh-huh. So, let me... Sorry, I'm just adjusting the punch.
No problem.
Okay. So then, after dark, here we go.
It shouldn't be this dark.
Someone else will be working the larger problems, so let's solve just the things.
It shouldn't be this dark.
Someone else will be working the larger problems, so let's solve just the things in this room. Light, water, door. In that order. Any chance someone has a flashlight? The light Dr. Brandau uses to check our eyes is battery-powered, Imelda said. I think it's in one of the cabinets. Good call. If the door was to my right, and the supply closet was to my left along with most of the beds, then all I had to do was find the door and feel along the cabinets to the left. Birgit, have you found the door? Yes, but I haven't done anything with it. Good. The light should be in one of the drawers to the left of it. I crawled one-handed through patches of water toward her voice, not quite trusting myself yet to stand in the dark. Just talk randomly so I can follow your voice? I can look for it. She grunted and fabric rustled. Which door is it in? Her voice was coming from higher than it had been. I stopped. Did you just stand up? I dragged myself, yes. Yes, what was that sound? I don't know.
I dragged myself.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just check drawer real quick. Listen to this and see if you feel like the drawer is good.
Okay.
And fabric rustled. Which door is it in?
No.
Yep. Sounds a little bit like door to me.
Yep.
Let's just take it from there, please.
Okay.
She grunted and fabric rustled.
Which drawer is it in? Her voice was coming from higher than
Her voice was coming from higher than it had been.
That was me. Fuck. After had, or her voice was coming. Here we go.
Okay.
Which drawer is it in?
Her voice was coming from higher than it had. I stopped. Did you just stand up? I dragged myself, yes. It sounded as though she were hopping next to the counter. I also get strength in my left leg back, but it won't support me. Yet. Which drawer? I squinted as if that would make my memory clearer. God, I hurt. Second set from the door. Top drawer, I think. Metal rattled and I crawled in that direction. There was something else. Something I should be thinking about. Even if I hadn't been shocked, the mugginess would make it hard to think. It honestly felt like a summer night on Earth and made me wish for one of Mother's sandalwood hand fans. I stopped crawling. The fans are off. What? Then, no, wait. She's not shocked there yet.
After off, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
The fans are off.
What?
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Okay.
Tell me if you're okay with second set from the door.
Second set from the door.
You good with that?
I
It's just a
think,
pause. Yeah.
I think so, because she's
She's shocked and
trying to think and she's having
Process.
trouble. Yep.
cool. After the fans are off, please.
Yep.
The fans are off.
What? Then Imelda gasped as she caught up.
After what?
What?
Then Imelda gasped as she caught up. How much breathable air is in here? From her bed, Garnet whispered, "We have oxygen tanks." Good girl. But people in the rest of the colony would not, and it had finally occurred to me that there was no light filtering in from the viewport in the door. Power was off in the hall, too. The rooms were big enough that it wouldn't be a problem for a couple of hours, but it would become an issue. So we're fine. Once we get lights in here, we can start addressing the water. Leave solving the power issue to the team in maintenance. Found it, Gottfriedami! Metal clattered and bounced, the sound of glass cracking. Something metal rolled across the floor. Of all the stupid! I'm sorry. No, let me do that again.
Okay. Metal clattered. The snap of glass cracking. I think you said the sound. Yeah.
Yep.
Here we go. Just the snap from there. Just do it from there.
Okay.
Here we go.
Metal clattered and bounced.
The snap of glass cracking. Something metal rolled across the floor. Of all the stupid! I'm sorry. I dropped it. It sounded as if the bulb had broken too. Swell. Easy to do. Go back to bed and be careful of glass. But it's so dark. Garnet's voice sounded a little shaky. What are we going to do? There's a thing that happens to people when they are helpless. They become afraid of things that in their normal life wouldn't faze them at all. Garnet probably had not been afraid of the dark since she was a tiny kid, but trapped in a box, unable to move, and with rain dripping on her face. The dark was the one thing that seemed fixable. There will be another light bulb. Heck, probably there's a box of the eye thingies, because the IAC loves redundancy. I reversed course, trying to find my way to the storage locker, storage closet, storage place, storage thingy. True story. Originally, this said probably there's a box of the bracket eye thingies because I couldn't remember what they were called, and then decided that actually in this case Nicole probably would call them eye thingies, so I just deleted the brackets.
After reversed course, please.
Okay.
I reversed course.
Trying to find my way to the storage closet. Water dripped along my back. Hey, Garnet, talk to me so I can find the storeroom? Where did you grow up? As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I winced. I was so discombobulated that I had asked the question we'd stopped asking after the meteor, and I knew the answer. I grew up in Delaware? The state that didn't exist anymore. In the dark, we were all remembering the day the meteor slammed into the Chesapeake Bay. Her voice got stronger as she talked, so that was something. It was a funny little house, Whitewood. My great-grandfather built it and added on a bit at a time. The thing I remember most is 2 giant magnolias out on either side of the front walk. These were ancient. The trunks were so big around that I couldn't reach, even with my face pressed against the bark. The branches bent down. This is a This is
Sorry,
a
go ahead.
house that we. This is a house that we used to go to for. Belonged to some of my parents' friends. We used to go there every Memorial Day weekend.
Cool.
Yeah. It is not in Delaware, however. It is in North Carolina.
Father built it.
Can we do and add it on a bit at a time? Just that phrase, please. Just to drop out. Here we go.
My great-grandfather built it.
And added on a bit at a time.
White wood built it. Built it.
Okay. Pressed against the bark after bark, please.
Face pressed against the bark.
The branches bent down to the ground, and it was hollow inside. We played house in there. I barked my shoulder against the metal upright of her bed and sent a jolt down my left arm into my wrist. I grunted, tucking my head as if that would keep me silent. Jesus! It felt like I'd broken my arm again. But I had a cast on. I sucked in a breath and tried to sound casual. Found you. I grew up in an apartment. We had no balconies. We had balconies.
We had balconies.
I grew up in an apartment.
We had balconies, but no trees. Wafia said, Your house sounds magical. It was. She gave a little laugh. No one ever asks about it, so it's like it stopped existing that day. I mean, you know. Okay, sorry.
It's all right. All good?
Yeah, I was just like, I legitimately don't know who's saying that line. Where were you? But I'm pretty sure it's Nicole.
Okay, here we go.
I mean, you know.
Where were you? My cousin was getting married in Texas, so we were all out there. She asked the dark, What about you? Do you remember where you were when the meteor hit? God, yes. I had been reading the paper in the breakfast room with my parents when the housekeeper
After parents.
We're in the breakfast room with my parents.
When the housekeeper came in and turned on the radio. She hadn't said anything, just turned it on with her face as white and starched stiff as the tablecloth. We'd thought it was another war at first. I set my jaw against the memories of that room getting smaller and smaller as we listened, and I felt my way down Garnet's bed to the wall. I was at school in Constantine, teaching, Wafia said. I heard trucks passing right next to the school. I remember the students. They were standing and running to the window to see what was happening. The way we had when soldiers roamed the city. Sorry.
The way we had?
To see what was happening.
The way we had when soldiers roamed the city during the war. Except there were no trucks. Later, the principal turned on the school radio, and we understood what we heard. Wall. I patted it until I found the door to the storeroom. You could hear it? From Algeria? Jesus. Imelda's voice sounded as if she'd made her way back to her bed, which explained why I hadn't bumped into her. I was out riding with my fiancé. We came back to the house, and his mother met us on the front porch, weeping. I did not think she was human before that moment. I grabbed the door frame to steady myself and clawed my way to my feet. I had not been this sore since the survival training they made the astronauts do in the desert. I did not quite keep a groan to myself as my muscles protested every movement. Nicole, are you okay? Birgit asked. Just practicing vocal exercises. Woo! I felt my way into the storeroom, trying to remember how the medical staff had set it up, and a constellation.
And here we go. Sure I didn't miss anything. Nope.
How the medical staff had set it up.
And a constellation of blue-green stars floated around the walls. I started to laugh with relief. Oh, bless the IAC and their redundancies. What? Garnet's covers rustled. What is it? Everything is labeled with glow-in-the-dark paint. I had turned the lights on in here before I went out, so they'd had time to charge before everything shorted. But the sick bay's overhead light had been off, so any glow was minimal. So that's one thing going right. 2! You weren't killed! Imelda's voice sounded markedly more cheerful. Give me time. Keeping my left arm pressed against my stomach, I scanned the shelves looking for the eye flashlight thingies and the batteries. While I'm doing this, see if you can work the problem of the water. Prime concerns are your safety and limiting supply damage. Roger Wilco. If Wafia had access.
1 sec, I just gotta check a couple quick things.
Okay.
Our internet connection is it's like way faster today, so when I'm punching, you're slightly ahead of where I expect you to be. So I'm just gonna change the delay so that I don't clip. I mean, I get it all because the way I'm recording, but I just have to back time some of the punches because they seem like they cut in just a little bit.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at this thing. And they are discussing the Gopferdame, and Nathan says, my extensive knowledge of Swiss and German tells me that the curse translates to something about gopher dams, meaning something inferior to what beavers construct.
That's good. Nope. Okay, so I just have to do, we have to do one. What did I do there? Yeah, that's not right. Okay. Okay, we have to get lights instead of light on, let's see here. But the sick bay's overhead lights had been off. So light. Yeah. See it?
Yes.
Here we go.
Time to charge before everything shorted.
But the sick bay's overhead lights had been off, so any glow was minimal.
Great. Thank you. That's one thing. 2 things are right. You weren't killed. After Roger Wilco. Here we go. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say a thing about glow-in-the-dark stuff, which is that the Omega watches are glow-in-the-dark, but it's a different glow-in-the-dark mechanism than the glow-in-the-dark paint. So they actually have, oh shoot, I can't remember, but it's a radioactive isotope, very, very low, but suspended in a liquid, so they are not actually dangerous in any way, but or at least the ones of this generation did. But it means that they glow regardless. They don't need to be charged.
So she has a tiny bit of light.
I looked at that to see whether or not it was enough for her to see by, and it is not.
Got it. Let's see here. After Roger Wilco, here we go.
Okay.
Roger Wilco.
If Wafia had access to a clipboard, I think she would have started making notes right then. In sickbay, the girls were tossing ideas around, identifying the problems and the goals. I held on to the shelves and let myself have a second to breathe until I spotted the eye thingies, which were labeled ENT pocket lights. When I carried them out, the girls clapped. I held one under my chin to illuminate my face. Welcome to the Lady Astronaut Slumber Party. After the complete darkness, the room seemed lit like a dinner party.
Here we go.
Lady Astronaut Slumber Party.
After the complete darkness, the room seemed lit like a dinner party with 1,000 tapers. Do we have a solution for the water? Imelda shared a thumbs up with Wafia.
Imelda shared. Here we go.
Do we have a solution for the water?
Imelda shared a thumbs up with Wafia.
Do we have a solution for the water?
Imelda shared... Okay.
Do we have a solution for the water?
Imelda shared a thumbs up with Wafia. Yes, we do. She pointed to Ana Teresa's rolling stool in the corner. And if you get that for me, we can even help. You were electrocuted last night and I am only now seeing you? You're from the wrong continent, but that's fine. Let's try that again.
Here we go.
We can even help.
You were electrocuted last night, and I am only now seeing you. Ana Teresa glared at me as she snapped her gloves into place. The fact that we were in an improvised sickbay in Le Restaurant in Midtown did not reduce the fury behind her gaze, which felt unjust since I had come to her on my own. Technically, I was shocked. Electrocution results in death. The curtains drawn around the examining table did not do much to shield us from the women housed here, and technically, it was this morning. If it hadn't been unhygienic, I think she might have spat on the floor. Instead, she muttered in a long string of stream.
Instead, here we go. Let me check one thing.
Sure thing.
Interesting. Huh. Not helpful. One second.
It's okay.
My mouse will randomly just stop responding for no good reason, and I have to unplug it and plug it back in. It's a feature.
That is a feature.
Great. Fixed. Okay. She might have spat on the floor. After floor, please.
Okay.
Hygienic, I think she might have spat on the floor.
Instead, she muttered in a long stream of Portuguese. Sorry? I smiled at her as if she were not obviously cursing me out.
After sorry?
Portuguese. Sorry?
I smiled at her as if she were not obviously cursing me out. Come again? From the other side of the curtain, Birgit said, She's saying that pilots are terrible and that astronauts are the worst. That you could have a propeller through your body and you would insist that you're fine. That she's met donkeys' rumps with more intelligence than... I do not need you translating. Thank you very much. Ana Teresa faced the curtain with her hands on her hips. And it was... the wrong accent?
Another shrubbery!
The wrong accent?
Well, that's going in the blooper reel.
Indeed. From And It Was? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Faced the curtain with her hands on her hips.
And he was a mule's ass, not rump. Oh, God damn it. Let me try that one more time.
faced the curtain with her hands on her hips.
And it was Mule's ass, not Rump. Also, your cast is a mess and will have to be replaced. I covered a grin. There was something I needed. No. Sorry.
After grin?
Yeah.
I covered a grin.
There was something I needed to talk to Birgit about, and I could not, for the life of me, remember what it was. Sorry, the water was just everywhere. I sat on the examining table and kicked my legs as if I weren't exhausted and in pain. The water I do not blame you for. She took my left hand, turning it over, and I gasped. Anna Teresa looked up sharply at me and carefully manipulated my fingers as if I were a mannequin. She tapped my index finger where I'd picked up a small wound and made a satisfied sound. Oh, Jelinek-Mark. What? The electricity entered you there. Sorry, I am having some trouble. I'm going to have to do the terrible Speedy Gonzales thing again.
Okay.
I am so sorry to everyone that this is this thing that helps me set rhythm in. But for those of you who have not seen me do this before, I have to kind of overclock and do a very terrible offensive stereotyped version, which helps me then settle in and tone it back. So, Speedy Gonzales, the fastest mouse in all of Mexico. The electricity entered you there. Okay, now I'm
Here we go.
What?
The electricity entered you there. She peered at the other fingers. Haven't seen one outside of literature. Now you're Irish. I don't know why. That seemed appropriate. I'm just going to have to throw some Irish people in here at some point.
Haven't seen one outside of literature. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
She peered at the other fingers.
Haven't seen one outside of literature. Oh. I made a note that the way to get Anna Teresa to smile was to present a novel symptom. Do you have any idea how lucky you are that you aren't killed? Yes. The short had knocked out power in the entire science module. It had fried things so badly that we had needed to move everyone out and into Midtown until the maintenance team finished repairs. Those would have to wait while they got the module dried out, and it had to be completely dry, including inside the walls, or risk another short. It was nice, I suppose, to have a change of scenery. The men were housed in the library, the women in the restaurant. It was not ideal, but the best available option. Watching Eugene organize and run the operation had been a joy. I'd been more than happy to just go where I was pointed. The pain in my arm ranged from a dull throb to a bullet punch. Any effort to help with recovery made it worse. She walked behind the examining table. Remove your shirt, please. I froze. Funny, the moments that will snap something into focus that you know and have shoved to the side. I hadn't been eating. Oh, but it's just my arm. Anna Teresa gave a long, aggravated.
Anna Teresa gave. Let's go back and get one. There's one extra that.
Okay.
Let's see here. It had fried things so badly, we had. I think you said that we had. Let me see if I can just pull it out.
Cool.
Fried. Move everyone.
Aha.
That sounded like success.
I'm feeling positive, optimistic about my ability to do this. One sec.
That we had needed to move every. Haven't seen one. That we had needed to move everyone.
Aha. Take a listen.
Okay.
In the entire science module. It had fried things so badly, we had needed to move everyone out and into Midtown until the
I buy that.
Yep, me too. All right, picking it up.
Okay.
After, but it's just my arm, right?
Yes. They would like to know if you are eating potato chips.
I'm not eating potato chips. It is trail mix.
Trail
And
mix.
I apologize. We've had an active morning, and I did not have breakfast. So I will stop crinkling my bag in the mic.
Okay. Where are we? What are we talking
Oh,
about?
it's page 288, 1, 2.
Got it.
Third paragraph. Anna Teresa gave a long aggravated.
Oh, but it's just my arm.
Anna Teresa gave a long, aggravated sigh. Shirt? Off. Here's the thing. If I fought her too much, she would write that up. So I pulled my shirt over my head and waited with it clutched to my chest as if I had virtue to protect. She touched a spot next to my left shoulder blade. Anna Teresa pulled her hand away and stood.
Anna Teresa, here we go.
Spot next to my left shoulder blade.
Anna Teresa pulled her hand away and stood behind me silently for a moment. Then she raised her voice and shouted at the curtain. I will feel better about eavesdropping if you talk amongst yourselves. Beyond the curtain, the silence sounded like a rabbit caught in the open, and then a conversation sprang into spontaneous life about Garnet's concern for her sourdough starter, which she hadn't been able to feed while in sickbay. Put your shirt back on. As I did, the conversation outside sounded more like people talking about favorite fets.
After you're outside, here we go.
As I did, the conversation outside
sounded more like people talking about favorite pets than bread making, which I suppose it was. What kind of pets can you have on the moon? Yeast. Anna Teresa walked around to her cart and pulled open a drawer. She picked up a foil. Also, the fact that I have a sourdough reference in here, again, did not mean this to be quite so modern pandemic specific.
Let's see here. She picked up a foil pouch.
Her cart and pulled open a drawer.
She picked up a foil pouch of bacon cubes, tore it open, and held it out to me. I didn't recoil, but the breath I took was too short.
I didn't recoil. Here we go.
Tore it open and held it out to me.
I didn't recoil, but the breath I took was too short and too fast to be casual. Oh, I'm not. She held up her hand. Please. Treating a city full of astronauts is already exhausting enough. I went to an all-girls school. Demonstrate to me that this is not a problem. I swallowed. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I took the packet. The cube of fat and oil glistened in my hand. I lifted my chin and took a bite. This was its own form of control. Anna Teresa watched me chew, which only made the thing congeal in my mouth, sticking to every surface. Bacon should not be in a cube. She gestured for my arm. Let's get that cast off. I should have done that last night. I dropped her pitch just a little bit too much.
Okay.
It had been dropping, but that's a little bit too far.
Okay. I should have done it last night. Here we go.
Let's get that cast off.
I should have done it last night. The plaster was dinged and had crumbled around my thumb and fingers. Underneath, the cotton gauze had turned a nasty gray-brown. The cast had my notes in the form of overlapping signatures and the stars I had decorated it with as reminders. Oh, but you have a lot to do. This is still functional. Besides being an affront... Sorry.
Besides?
Yep.
This is still functional.
Besides being an affront, the padding underneath is probably soaked. I don't want to add infection to the list of your other ailments. Fair. May I keep it as a souvenir? After being wet for a day, it will reek, but if you wish to, so be it. She dragged her little rolling cart of supplies closer and pulled what looked like a small rotary saw from it. This vibrates and will not cut the skin. Swell! I hadn't been worried about that until now. Quite safe. See? Anna Teresa plugged it in and turned it on, buzzing it against her palm as if I needed to be reassured like a child. She stepped closer to lay it against the cast. I turned my head to look at the curtain. I couldn't make out any words through the buzzing, but I could, although...
I couldn't. Here we go.
I turned my head to look at the curtain.
I couldn't make out any words through the buzzing, although I could hear the rise and fall of voices. I kept my voice low anyway. How is LCA Frisch? Anna Teresa's lips tightened, but she did not look away from the cutter buzzing through the cast on my arm. It is not my custom to discuss patients with others. You know why I'm asking. I chewed and watched her work. Would you feel comfortable discussing tea? The saw continued to vibrate through the cast, sending soft clouds of dust to drift slowly in the air. Anna Teresa cut through the names of people who had written on the cast to wish me well. She cleared her throat. The tea was fine. The sugar cubes were not. Thallium? They'd used it on Nathaniel. The saw slowed.
The saw, here we go.
They'd used it on Nathaniel.
The saw slowed. Her lids flickered for a moment, but she didn't look up from the cast. Yes. The room went very cold. All I could think about was the doctor on Earth who had been grateful for Nathaniel's bleeding ulcer. Without that, he would not have gotten the treatment, and it would have killed him. It's treated with Prussian blue, right? Yes. Like the paint? The pigment is the same, without the oils, etc.? Mm-hmm.
Let's go back and get, without that, he would not have gotten treatment. I think you said the treatment.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Let's pick it up there and move from there if that's cool.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Full for Nathaniel's bleeding ulcer.
Without that, he would not have gotten treatment, and it would have killed him.
I'm sorry. I thought we were just going to roll from there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. Okay. Will do.
Sorry. Here we go.
Treatment, and it would have killed him.
It's treated with Prussian blue, right? Yes. Like the paint? The pigment is the same without the oils, etc. Thankfully, the launch...
Thankfully.
Mm-hmm.
Pigment is the same without the oils, etc.
Thankfully, the lunch was scrubbed again, which will allow them to add it.
Thankfully, the lunch was scrubbed again,
which will allow them to add it. Halim will hand carry it in the command module. Anna Teresa guided the saw across the back of my hand, grimacing. That is the first time I have ever been grateful for a scrub, although grateful is the wrong word, since it also has the polio vaccines, and I would like those sooner rather than later. I ignored that. I have Prussian blue. She straightened, the saw dying in her hands. Not the paint? Where? Raw pigment. I waved my free hand. I don't paint. I just keep supplies on hand for the artists. It's in the gallery. How much? I shrugged, holding my fingers apart as though I were holding a cookie. A box? Anna Teresa took a deep breath, closing her eyes. With a nod, she bent back to my cast. Good. Well, let's go. The corner of her mouth twisted in a smirk. If I let you out without putting a new cast on, I will never get you back. The last thing I need is to reset your arm. She wrinkled her nose at the smell. She wrinkled the She
wrinkled.
Last thing I need is to reset your arm.
She wrinkled her nose at the smell that rose as she pried the crumbling plaster apart. But you may have saved this man's life. I'm glad of... Ah! The plaster snapped, jarring my wrist. I dropped the package of bacon squares. Pain radiated with cold sickness. That hurt? Anna Teresa did not move her hands. Yeah. My breath kept hitching. Shaking my head, I blinked back tears. Caught me by surprise. Keep going? The muscles in the corner of her jaw worked. Carefully, she let go of the mangled pieces of plaster and turned toward her supply cabinet. Anna Teresa pulled a drawer open and took out a syringe. I'm going to numb the area before we keep going. It's fine. It throbbed in time with my heartbeat. Really? In very rare cases, the tetanic.
I don't know this word, do you?
I mean, I wrote it down. No, we should Merriam-Webster, please.
Yes. You're correct.
Yeah. Throbbed in time.
Tetanic. In very rare cases, please.
Okay, with my heartbeat. Really?
Sorry, one more time.
Sure, here we go.
With my heartbeat. Really?
In very rare cases, the tetanic contractions caused by an electrical shock can break bone. Anna Teresa pulled a vial out from another drawer and kept talking as if she hadn't heard me. Her voice was somehow clinical and angry at the same time. Typically with arms, it happens to small children whose bones are fragile. Like someone who has.
Like someone?
It's just small children whose bones are fragile.
Like someone who has a loss of bone density due to living in space. Or the osteoporosis caused by anorexia. The bacon squares lay on the floor where I'd dropped them. Anna Teresa filled the vial. My x-ray machine is in the CIMOD. I will set your arm as best I can, but this is going to hurt. I swallowed. What about Frisch? Anna Teresa snapped the vial down into the drawer and stepped closer. After. Now? For 20 minutes, you are going to pretend that your health matters. "30. Wife of Governor Wargan electrocuted on moon. Artemis Base, Moon, May 4th, 1963. Late last night, a malfunction of the
Sorry, that was just a really good one.
Don't play it back for me.
It's so great.
Okay.
Let me just check one quick thing. Sorry.
Sure. He just talks so fast.
My x-ray machine. Yep. Okay, that's fine. Back where we are. After 1963, please. Here we go.
Yep. May 4th, 1963. Late last night, a malfunction of the dehumidification system in the lunar colony resulted in a dramatic rise in levels of moisture in the air to the point that the colony experienced its first rain. Far from being charming, this freak occurrence placed the citizens on the moon at grave risk, as systems designed to operate in dry environments were coated in water. Most troubling is that the section of the colony most affected by this... Oh, especially troubling, not most troubling.
Here we go.
Dry environments were coated in water. Especially troubling is that the section of the colony most affected by this houses the medical wing where the victims of a polio outbreak are being treated. Mrs. Wargan, wife of the current Democratic frontrunner for president, was in charge of overnight care in the women's polio
After president?
Current Democratic frontrunner for president was in charge of overnight care in the women's polio wing when she noticed the rain. Attempting to call for aid resulted in a short which reportedly threw the governor's wife across the room. The power surge tripped multiple breakers in the module.
The power surge, here we go.
The governor's wife across the room. The power surge tripped multiple breakers in the module and left them without power for several hours. Despite this, Mrs. Wargan rallied the women and was instrumental in the rescue.
Despite this, here we go.
Left them without power for several hours. Despite this, Mrs. Worgan rallied the women and was instrumental in the rescue and recovery efforts. Anna Teresa told the truth. It hurt. It hurt a lot.
One time for me, sorry.
Okay.
After the second it.
Mm-hmm. It hurt a lot. I let her give me something for pain and could still feel my arm throbbing inside my new cast. It was muted, but present with every beat of my heart. What I wanted to do was go back to my bunk, take a Milltown, and lie down. But I had a meeting with Eugene, and I'm gonna sneeze.
Bless you.
Thank you.
After I had a meeting with Eugene.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Take a Milltown and lie down.
But I had a meeting with Eugene to go over the inventory forms. If I had hurt like this in training, would it have been enough to stop me? No. During my endurance desert training, when I had turned up every morning all polished and perky, it had almost destroyed the guys. They had no idea how much I'd been faking. So I dragged my posture up to polished correctness, put on some lipstick, and headed to the admin mod. Eugene lifted his head from the stack of forms on his desk. "You're looking better." Lipstick will do that. Back during the war, I'd once bluffed my way into a German signal office on the strength of a clipboard, my lipstick, and... I blinked as a thought, as an idea.
I blinked. Let's listen to During one real quick. Listen to During my endurance desert training. The During is what I'm interested in.
Okay.
During my endurance desert training.
Nuring, I think is what I said. Yeah, that's what I
thought.
There. Yep.
That's what I thought I heard, yep.
Yep.
After, from During through Perky, please.
Okay.
Here we go.
To stop me? No.
During my endurance desert training, when I had turned up every morning all polished and perky...
Thank you. Okay. After and... Clipboard, my lipstick, and...
A clipboard, my lipstick, and...
I blinked as an idea emerged nearly fully formed in my head. Eugene... I chased the idea back to Germany and brought it forward to the moon. Eugene, I think I have an idea for how to flush out Icarus. We ran through our plans as carefully as if it were a sim. On Monday morning, when Eugene, Myrtle, Helen, and I, when the Scooby Gang walked in... I actually called them the Scoobies when I was like, have I spent enough time? Do all the Scoobies have a part?
Hi. Scooby. All right, here we go.
Okay.
After sim.
As carefully as if it were a sim.
On Monday morning, when Eugene, Myrtle, Helen, and I walked into comms, the young woman behind the desk looked up and smiled with a neutral welcome. But her eyes flicked through the four of us as if comparing us to the schedule in front of her. I met her gaze with an equally neutral smile. The acting administrator needs the IAC secure line, STAT, for headsets. By this point, everyone knew the role that Eugene had played in organizing the relief this weekend. She did not hesitate. Yes, ma'am. Pulling her roster toward her, she ran a pencil down the list and made a tick mark next each. The secure booth is in use. One moment while I clear it. As she stepped to the hall of phone booths, I told you I would find. See, now that's deliberately.
Let's go to just slightly back. The young woman behind the desk looked up and smiled with neutral welcome. I think he said with a neutral welcome.
Thank you.
Yep, just that phrase. The young woman through welcome, please. Here we go.
Helen and I walked into comms.
The young woman behind the desk looked up and smiled with neutral welcome.
Did you change your angle to the mic there at all? It
Maybe.
sounded slightly different. One more time, please.
Little Helen and I walked into comms.
The young woman behind the desk looked up and smiled with neutral welcome.
But her eyes flicked through the four of us.
Okay. After one moment while I clear it.
Okay.
Here we go.
News. One moment while I clear it.
As she headed to
News. One moment while I clear it.
As she headed to the hall of phone booths to make space for us, a South African man muttered, "A black administrator." Eugene pivoted and stepped past me. Philippus Fourie, construction, right? PhD in material sciences from University of Cape Town. His voice was affable, and then he crossed his arms over his chest. Eugene was an easygoing guy. He was funny and charming. It was easy to forget that he wasn't just a pilot. He was a fighter pilot. He just stood there, looking at the guy, with this beautifully straight spine and the slightest tuck to his chin. It was...
There might have been a little noise. One sec.
Okay.
Can we do, it was easy to forget he wasn't just a pilot.
Okay.
He was funny and charming.
It was easy to forget that he wasn't just a pilot.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And from it was one of the finest uses of posture, I think.
Yep.
Okay.
Slightest tuck to his chin.
It was one of the finest uses of posture I have ever seen. Eugene did nothing. It was all in his stance. He waited and let the guy build the threat in his own mind. The fellow's breathing got a little bit quicker, and he shifted in his seat. The moment he did, Eugene smiled. "See you around." He executed a military turn and walked back to us. Poor Fourie wilted in his seat and picked up a copy.
Let's do it from poor.
Mm-hmm.
They turned and walked back to us.
Poor Fourie wilted in his seat and picked up a copy of Popular Mechanics that he almost certainly wasn't reading. Myrtle wet her lips and put her hand on her husband's bicep. Pretty sure that every woman in the room and a good percentage of the guys were envying her right now. "Elsie Lindholm." The young woman reappeared. "The booth is ready for you now." "Thank you, Anne." Eugene gave her a nod as we walked down the hall to the booth. I raised my brows and murmured, "Do you know everyone's name?" "It was on her desk." He opened the booth door and held it for us. "And I make a point to read up on the South Africans deployed up here. Most of them are fine, but some are... indoctrinated is the kindest I can be." Myrtle took her place at the table. "He means racist assholes." "Language!" Eugene laughed as he followed Helen.
Couple things.
Okay.
Philip's name, his last name, or Philippus's last name.
We can check that.
Okay. So I guess I didn't know it was Fourie or Fury. Is this a real person?
No, it is not a real person.
Let's see here.
Yes. So as you all are asking about the condensation, yes, and Nicole would be danger-prone Daphne. The condensation is based on two things. One is obviously Apollo 13, but the other is that I have a friend, Shayna Gifford, who did a Mars simulation, a year-long Mars simulation, and their dehumidifiers failed, and they had rain inside the habitat. So she suggested that to me as a thing that could go terribly wrong.
Let's see.
And yes, the angle to the mic is a real thing. I can't use, this is a thing that a lot of narrators deal with, bifocals. We have to have specific glasses that are not bifocals, that are single, because moving your head in order to keep the focal point of the bifocals is a problem. So for me, what turns out to be best is either contacts with reading glasses designed to go over contacts, or I have a separate set of narration glasses that I wear when I'm not wearing my contacts.
Okay. The first one was good. The second one sounded a little more like Fury.
Okay.
I can play you an Afrikaans from Forvo.
Oh, that'd be great. Thanks.
But it's Fourie Dupree's, so it's just the first word you want to listen to.
Yeah.
That's okay, yeah. Fourie Dupree. Fourie Dupree.
Okay.
And Eugene sounded pretty good, but just the second one,
yep.
Poor, what's his face? Yeah. Mm-hmm. We'd have to take that through. Certainly wasn't reading.
Okay.
So no break. All right, here we go.
They turned and walked back to us.
Poor Fourie wilted in his seat and picked up a copy of Popular Mechanics that he almost certainly wasn't reading.
Great, thank you. Let me just double check this wasn't Alessandra warning us about something. It is.
Yes. Okay.
It's 293. That's only, okay. Let's see. Pulling her roster. Gotcha. Okay, 1519. I just got to find it in my audio now that I found it on the page.
Okay. I'll hop over to see if there
Flicked through the four of us as if comparing us to the schedule in front of her. I met her gaze with an equally neutral smile. The acting administrator needs the IAC roster toward her. She ran a pencil down the list and made a tick mark next to each. The secure...
Yep, sure enough. Next to it.
Okay.
You see where we are?
I do.
Great.
Date. Yes, ma'am.
Pulling her roster toward her, she ran a pencil down the list and made a tick mark next to it.
Great, thank you. Then I had marked right then, that's what it is. So then we're going to the next page. Oops. Pretty sure that every woman in the, and blah, 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 a good percentage of the guys are ending her right then.
Got it.
Okay, here we go.
And put her hand on her husband's bicep.
Pretty sure that every woman in the... I can't hear it if
yeah,
you just...
that's me.
And put her hand on her husband's bicep.
Pretty sure that every woman in the room and a good percentage of the guys were envying her right then.
Great, thank you. There's this little error that I get when I'm trying to copy something while it's recording that I have never encountered any other time than doing it this way. It's slightly annoying, but not a problem overall. Okay, thank you for that fix.
No problem.
There was another text. Let me just double check that it's not another thing I missed.
That was me doing a thumbs up.
Oh, cool.
Which after I sent it, I thought, oh, that's probably not necessary since it'll make you...
Check it.
Yep.
After Helen, which is not super helpful for me to find. Oh, Eugene laughed as he followed Helen. Here we go.
Yes.
Goals. Language.
Eugene laughed as he followed Helen inside. There's a time and place for cursing. Tell me I'm wrong. Myrtle laid a file folder on the table and sniffed. Tell you you're wrong? Oh no, I'm not walking into that trap. Eugene pulled chairs out for Helen and me, sobering. All right. Any last questions or second thoughts before I put the call through? The levity sucked out of the room.
After a room?
Mm-hmm.
The levity sucked out of the room.
I shook my head and settled into the chair, trying to find a position in which to rest my cast that was comfortable. Myrtle's mouth thinned as she passed out the agendas from her folder. Helen's expression settled into her chess face. Eugene placed the call. We picked.
Settled.
Oops. Eugene placed.
Eugene placed the call.
We picked up our headsets and waited as we were patched through Lunetta to Earth, to Clement's secretary, and finally to him. Eugene. Clemens cleared his throat. A status report, and then I'll update you on the supply ship. Let me just actually lower his pitch a wee bit more.
Okay.
I have him, that was much more frish than Clemens, so if I can just do his line again.
Mm-hmm. Here we go.
Secretary, and finally to him.
Eugene. Clemens cleared his throat. A status report, and then I'll update you on the supply ship. During this call, we had to assume that Icarus's counterpart was listening. We knew they had an operative in comms on Lunetta or at an Earth-based station. We were guessing that the sproing was the sound of calls being recorded so they could review them for hidden messages.
What was the sound? Here we go.
We're guessing that the sproing
was the sound of the calls being recorded so they could review them for hidden messages later. In theory, we had a few seconds before they started recording, and we planned to make them panic. Understood. We're activating the Rhode Island Protocol. Code 434 Echo Papa. I repeat, code 434 Echo Papa. Eugene looked up from his agenda and pointed at Helen. Here's the message. Nodding, Helen lifted her agenda and began to speak in Taiwanese. Her voice was clear and moved each syllable as if it were a chess piece, sliding from square to square. I almost never heard her speak in her native language, except in times of stress when she sometimes defaulted to curses. Listening to her now, you could hear the purpose and power of each character she uttered. You'd never know that she was reciting lyrics to the popular Taiwanese song, You Can't Raise a...
You'd never know. After song, here we go.
Yeah. Trivia, real fast. 434 Echo Papa was the name of the first airplane that I flew when I started taking lessons. It's a Cessna 434 Echo Papa.
I love this stuff.
Also, this is a real song.
It's like Easter eggs everywhere.
Yes.
You Can't Raise, here we go.
Mm-hmm. Lyrics to the popular Taiwanese song,
You Can't Raise a Goldfish in a Wine Glass, intercut with IAC acronyms and random numbers. There was no Rhode Island Protocol. The Earth Firsters tended to be Americans, so there was a fair chance they might not have a Taiwanese speaker on hand. It had the potential to increase the amount of scrambling they had to do trying to decipher our garbage. On the handset, I heard the sound of a spring being struck. I gave a thumbs up to confirm that we had listeners. Myrtle checked the clicked.
Myrtle clicked, here we go.
Up to confirm that we had listeners.
Myrtle clicked the timer button on her Omega-3 and beckoned for Helen to keep going. On Earth, somewhere, her words were being frantically recorded for analysis. Someone would be trying to recreate the text they had missed. We listened to 30 more seconds of Taiwanese incantations, and then Myrtle nodded. We'd hopefully given them enough to stay scrambling and occupied, as well as buying Clemens time to figure out what was going on. Helen stopped talking. Eugene crossed his fingers, still looking at the agenda. Confirm receipt of message. Repeat. Confirm receipt of message. The lag almost killed me, waiting for all of that to get to Earth and Clemens's response to make it back to us. He cleared his throat. I could imagine his cigar lowered, smoke drifting forgotten around him as he squinted at the wall. Confirmed. Receipt of message. Eugene punched the air. Myrtle clapped her hands silently together and mouthed, "Thank you, Lord," to the ceiling. Clemens had just told us that he was going to play along. I closed my eyes, letting out a silent breath of relief, and sagged against my chair. Per Step 24 of the Rhode Island Protocol, in the absence of transport, your operative has prepared a verbal report. Eugene looked at me. Go ahead. Disinformation and contention within the ranks is a good way to destabilize an enemy. Confuse them. Make them waste time trying to find a rat within their own ranks. Yeah. The voice was modeled on a girl I used to be. It could be mistaken for a few different Swiss-German IAC employees like Johanna Lehrer or Birgit Fürst. More importantly, it did not sound like me. It made it sound like Icarus had miscalculated. We hoped. We also hoped that Clemens would understand that everything that followed was a lie. The polio outbreak has had a silver lining in that one of the Earth First agents is among the patients. They have agreed to cooperate with us and send false reports to their superiors on Earth. We do not expect them to be completely forthcoming, of course, but the conversation has just begun. However, they did offer the location of the missing vehicle as a measure of good faith. That corresponds to the event on the 16th, which led us to the other equipment. Separately, my investigations have uncovered evidence that Herr Frisch was in conversation with the U.S. government about offering refuge in the lunar colony to several highly placed officials, including members of President Denley's family who would not otherwise qualify for spaceflight. Kenneth had said government, and while it might not be Denley, including his name might confuse them. Given the news...
Given the recent...
Okay.
Do you want to continue on and then go back and get a couple things because we're in this chunk?
It's either way is fine.
Okay. Let's go back and get two things then, please.
Mm-hmm.
The lag I had marked. It's like you turned your face away on the lag almost killed me. It's like your voice was suddenly pointing a different direction.
Okay.
Just get that again, please. The lag
Yeah.
almost killed me.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Firm receipt of message.
The lag almost killed me. Waiting for all of that. Yeah, I think I turned to reach for the cup and then remembered that I don't need it.
Gotcha. One sec. Great, perfect. And then something about most. How's that? Oh, at the bottom of page 296, most importantly. I think you said more importantly.
Okay.
All I really need is most importantly.
Okay.
Here we go.
Lehrer or Birgit Fürst.
Most importantly.
Excellent, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then back to where we were. A name might confuse them.
Okay.
So given the recent news, here we go.
Okay.
His name might confuse them.
Given the recent news about coded messages which implicates Mrs. Wagen, I believe my cover is still in place. Permission to continue. Repeat. Request permission to return to radio silence and continue with the Rhode Island Protocol. Sweat coated the back of my neck for 2.6 seconds. Good job. Yes, by all means. Carry on with the Rhode Island Protocol. Recommend proceeding to Section 27 Alpha per the Black Book. Yes, sir. Internally, I applauded his flourish. Major Lindholm, do you have everything you need to execute that procedure? I do, sir. Eugene gave us another thumbs up. The conversation had basically been, things here are foobar, request permission to act on our own without checking in, and Clemens had just answered that he trusted us. Good. Is there anything else relating to the Rhode Island Protocol? Excuse me.
Is there anything else? Here we go.
that he trusted us. Good.
Is there anything else relating to the Rhode Island Protocol that we need to discuss? Not at this time. If you have the wherewithal to close that portion of the conversation, I have several operations questions which are related to my role as acting LCA. Up to this point, everything had been a charade. But using "if you have the wherewithal to close" was an actual passphrase from the code books that Clemens had sent up. We were hoping the more obvious codes would keep Earth First from looking too closely at this part.
Looking too closely at this part.
Confirmed. Please proceed forthwith to the next item. I breathed out, letting my head drop forward with relief. He'd recognized the passphrase and offered the counter. Helen and Myrtle sagged back into their chairs. When the quarantine lifts, I want to do a thorough tour of the garden to look at early crop plans. None of this was code. That was reserved for an incredibly dry teletype of the inventory that we'd sent down to Earth in a batch of other items. What Eugene had done was to tell Clemens what to look for. I'll ask the agriculture department down here to record. The lights went out. There's a difference between a quiet line and a dead line. This line was dead. In the hall, the emergency light snapped on, giving us a dim yellow glow through the window of the phone booth. I looked down at my watch to time the blackout. Would we have another 16 minutes this time? Well, that was subtle. We wanted to make them panic. Helen slid an imaginary chess piece across the table. Check. 16 minutes later, the power came back on. Eugene looked up at the light when it did and snorted. At least they're consistent. Yes, but that was tactically poor choice. That was a tactically poor choice.
Yes, here we go.
At least they're consistent. Yes, but that was a tactically poor choice. Helen drummed her fingers on the table. They just tipped their hand, making it absolutely clear they can hear us. Maybe it was a mistake? I picked at the edge of my startlingly white cast. Not just stupid, but if the power and the recording are controlled from the same hub, someone might have bumped the wrong switch. If they only have a single listening post, it would mean fewer operatives. A single listening post. Eugene sat forward. We've been assuming the listener is in comms on Earth. Faustino has been up often enough to set up a post. Convert one of the emergency way stations, say. In the 4 days since we started looking for Faustino, no one had seen him. No one had worried, because with the quarantine, everyone was isolated. People just assumed that he was in another module. But when Myrtle combed through the roles that each of the isolation zones had sent in, he wasn't in any of them. How the hell do you go missing on the moon? I mean, besides stealing a busy bee. But where do you go? He has to come back eventually, Myrtle said. Does he? I leaned forward. The average lifespan of a bird during the war was 6 months. We signed up knowing that. You lived? God, she had no idea. The point is, he might have come here not planning to go home. The silence between us might as well have been a dead phone line. Eugene whistled and shook his head. If the explosion was related to his hidey hole, you saying you'd figured out.
Let me just check one quick thing. Can we just do it from the silence between us? Might as well have been a dead phone line.
Okay.
Sure to drop outy thing and we're right there. Might as well just punch and continue.
We're not planning to go home.
The silence between us might as well have been a dead phone line. Eugene whistled and shook his head. If the explosion was related to his hidey hole, you saying you'd figured out where it was might be what set him off. He glanced at the door and then at his watch. I should go make an announcement to reassure people. Would one of you... Helen nodded. I'll call Clemens to let him know the status of the lights. I slid back my chair and hesitated. Eugene, would it be all right if I called Kenneth? What? Sure. Myrtle paused in the act of standing and stared at me, mouth dropping. Oh, for Pete's sake. You haven't... Honey, when was the last time you talked to him? There are upsides and downsides to having friends who know you well. I swallowed and awkwardly folded my agenda in half. I haven't been allowed to talk to him since the coded message thing. Aw, hell, Nicole. I'm sorry. Eugene put his hand on my shoulder. Yeah, I'll fix it with comms so it won't be an issue. I drew a breath, nodding. Thanks. Myrtle and I.
I'll fix it with comms just to drop out.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Got it.
I take that back. I didn't hear it. One sec.
Okay.
It's weird. Okay. Oh, there it is. Eugene put a hand on my shoulder. Is the line I need, please? It's like I knew I fired something. Here we go.
I'm sorry.
Eugene put his hand on my shoulder.
Thank you. Great. Moving on. Myrtle and I. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. Nodding. Thanks.
Myrtle.
Nodding. Thanks.
Myrtle and I followed him into the hall, leaving Helen the secure booth. The silver lining to the power outage was that the
silver lining, here we go.
Helen the secure booth.
The silver lining to the power outage was that the people who had been in the booths had abandoned them during the blackout. I opened the nearest booth and sat down inside. Myrtle knocked on the door. When I slid it open, she handed me a clean handkerchief and walked away before I could say anything. I have the best friends. I had to pick up the phone with my right hand. Operator? A young woman on Luneta answered. Was she involved with Earth First, reporting on whom I called? Earth, Kansas long distance, please. Surely. The ritual of talking to the operator gave me time to calm down and shed some of the adrenaline. A different woman said, Long distance. Operator? Or was the terrestrial counterpart the more likely source? Did I have a choice? It was a Monday morning in Kansas City. Kenneth would be in his office in Topeka. My usual call time was Wednesday evening. A daytime call would make him worry. I'd like to place a call to Topeka, Maine 15250. Surely. The phone rang once, and Kenneth's secretary picked it up. Governor Wargan's office. How may I help you? I wrapped the cord around my fingers. This is Mrs. Wargan. Is the governor in? Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Wargan. He's just stepped out to a rally. Oh! The phone bounced and rattled, and then Kenneth was there. Nicole, are you all right? How's the kitten? Don't ask me why I opened with that. Knocked over any flowers? The flowers are fine. Or, wait, missing. The kitten stole all of the flowers. There are no flowers. Which, Nicole, I don't know where to start. Electrocuted? Really? I thought your mother had a lock on that. Sorry, he just went a little weird on that last line. Can I do that one again after the really?
Let's go back and get a couple little things here,
okay.
Please. I'd like to place a call to Topeka through 250, please.
Okay.
Here we go.
A daytime call would make him worry.
I'd like to place a call to Topeka, Maine 15250.
Thank you. And then picked up.
Got it.
Let's see here.
Mm-hmm.
You said picked it up.
Okay.
That's the difference. Here we go. I guess I should have just kept rolling, but I didn't. Here we go.
Surely.
The phone rang once, and Kenneth's secretary picked up.
Thank you. Oh. And then one more. He's just stepping out. He said he's just stepped out, and it's he's just stepping out. So here we go.
The phone.
Here we go, I said.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Worgan.
He's just stepping out to a rally. Oh!
Great, thank you. Okay, thank you. And then after really?
Electrocuted? Really?
I thought your mother had a lock on that. God damn him for having that squawk box.
God damn, here we go.
Thought your mother had a lock on that. God damn him for having that squawk box. He couldn't hear me, but he could hear the LGC chatter, and that would have been a very active day. First of all, I was shocked because electrocution leaves you dead. Yes, I've heard your mother say that. So let's try this. You had enough power go through your body to wipe out the entire module. Maybe? I mean, I was probably blown clear before that happened. I held the phone closer as if I could snuggle up against him. I'm sorry if it's giving you problems. That's what you're worried about? Sweetheart, I almost lost you. I'm harder to lose than that. I winced. How bad are the headlines? He snorted. Wife of Governor Worgan electrocuted on moon. My PR people would like to know if you could arrange.
PR people?
Worgan electrocuted on moon. My PR people would like to know if you could arrange to rescue a small child, in addition to a ward of women with polio to complete your heroic picture. My turn to laugh. I try to be a supportive wife by providing you with news sensational enough.
Let's take it from... my PR people would like to know if you could arrange to rescue a small child.
Okay.
There's just a big old dropout there for some reason.
Worgan electrocuted on moon. My PR people would like to know if you could arrange to rescue a small child in addition to a ward of women with polio to complete your... Okay.
Sorry. Let's see here. Okay. So then... I try to be a supportive.
Okay.
Here we go.
Quick picture. My turn to laugh.
I try to be a supportive wife by providing you with news sensational enough.
Quick picture. My turn to laugh.
I try to be a supportive wife by providing you with news water.
Okay.
Okay.
Quick picture. My turn to laugh.
I try to be a supportive wife by providing you with news sensational enough. Why is that hard? By providing you with news sensational enough. Providing you with news sensational, oh, for fuck's sake. Enough. Sensational enough. Okay.
Quick picture. My turn to laugh.
I try to be a supportive wife by providing you with news sensational enough to distract from other issues. He laughed, one of the laughs that makes him throw his head back to the ceiling and then melt into a sigh. If I could have sat in that companionable silence forever, I would have. I sighed and rested my brow against the wall. Speaking of, your last letter went missing for a bit. and someone else checked the book out from the library. 2.6 seconds later, I heard him inhale. Another moment of silence passed, and then he said, "I see. The same person had both, I presume." "It appears so." I wanted to ask him for details about what sort of investigation the FBI was doing, but even if Icarus wasn't listening to this conversation, it seemed safe to assume the feds had gotten a warrant for a wiretap of his office. "Nathaniel had to go back into the hospital." "Is it poison, or did he just stop eating again? How bad is he?" "Just stomach pain. They're doing some testing to figure out why." He sighed. "Herschel is flying back out." "That'll help." I wanted to go home. I miss Kenneth when I'm on the moon, but I have never wanted to go home as badly as I did sitting in that phone booth. I just wanted to talk to my husband without having to watch my words. "So, does the kitten have a name?" "Maggie." He switched gears right along with me. "Maggie from Cat on the Hot Tin Roof." Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. I was forgetting to do spacing in between, but I don't think I don't think it's just that's what you're worried about, is the only one where we have a back to... Oh, no, wait. Electrocution.
There's a couple that just happened.
Yeah, there's a couple.
Let's see here. Oh, right. And I know, I'm sorry, Mrs. Wargan. We got to do that one too, because her response would be delayed too. Let's see here.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all right. I forgot to. I remembered halfway through, but then I forgot again.
You're fine. Or wait, missing. Mrs. Wargan? Is the governor in? Oh,
So I'm just going to do that thing I do.
Well, you do your magic based on me having forgotten to do mine. I'm just going to check. Let's see. Any new questions? Oh, there are no new questions in the question thing unless I need to refresh the page. Right. Oh, and my dad has just started joining us again. Cool. So that's good. Don't worry, Dad. I'll break for lunch soon, and then you can practice the fiddle. Let's see what other other interesting things about this scene while Andrew's doing all of the things. Maggie was a cat that I had. She was very, very fluffy gray cat with the most beautiful eyes you've ever seen. Like every time I took her into the vet tech would go and get other vet techs to come and look at how beautiful she was. And she honestly sounded like, her meow sounded like she was a silver screen star that had, like a silent era star that had smoked her entire life and never made the transition to talkies. Because she was just like, but I have the ages of the two cats reversed because I had Maggie, she was about 6, and I got Marlowe as a kitten, and she hated him. Like, I would pet him and then go to pet her, and she would hiss at my hand. And she also went to 19, but had passed away several years before Marlowe, obviously, since he went to 19 and she was 6 years older than he was. But after I decided to put... Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No.
First of all, I was shocked because electrocution...
I know.
Electrocution leaves you dead. Yeah, okay. Just put in the space.
Just put in the space because he is... and I understand the... yeah, I know. That is a mistake in the text.
He's prescient.
Actually, no. Don't put in the space because he hears her say shocked and begins talking then because he knows what she's going to say.
Got it. Okay. Good.
That is my rationalization for that.
I like it. Sorry to interrupt. I'm back to my thing.
Yep. No, that's okay. I was just rambling about cats. Anyway, she was delightful cat. She got she developed a hyperactive thyroid, and they had to do radioactive iodine, which has like a 95% cure rate for cats with a hyperactive thyroid. But when you take your cat in, they give you a pamphlet, and the pamphlet says, "Upon release from hospital, your pet will be mildly radioactive." And I'm like, do I get superpowers if she bites me? And alas, no.
I have another quick question.
Yes.
He snorted. Which side of the space should that go on? The right-hand side? So
you don't have to do that one.
And he snorted?
No,
just
you don't have to.
Okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
You don't, because that's a line of dialogue. Or
okay.
That's a line of narration, so that counts as the 2.6 seconds.
Okay. Okay. Still doing the last few here.
Okay. What other fascinating things can I tell you? While we... Oh, wait, I should have... should have let you be watching just Andrew during this section instead of both of us, since he's doing all of the magic right now. Does anyone have any questions about anything at all? I mean, I really can answer anything. We do not have to be confined to things related to the book. I wonder if I pull up YouTube on my phone, if the things will be slightly faster. We're in episode 6 right now. Here we are. Mute that. Yes, you should love this cat. It is ahead of where you all are. Fascinating. So let's see. And yes, also named. This cat was also named after Maggie on a Hot Tin Roof. What is for lunch today, Nathan? That's a great question. I am not certain. I made a Caesar salad yesterday, which sounds really appealing, except that I can't do roughage when I'm narrating, because you hear it in my digestive system. So one of the fascinating things about narration is that you have to... Some narrators are more sensitive to this than others. I have to be careful about the vegetal matter that I eat during my lunch break. So I tend to go for something that is very starchy, like pasta or rice. Yes, that is a crochet top that I'm wearing, and I did make it, and yes, you can see it in full. So let me switch over to the other view screen, and then I will carefully stand up. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with this one. I like the peplum on it. Apparently, you can see it and my head as a microphone. Apparently, those are your options.
I'm ready when you're ready.
Oh, fantastic. Great. I was running out of things to stall about.
That's all right. We should do one little fix.
Yeah.
Let's see here. That'll be a help. You said that'll help.
Okay.
We just need to punch in. That'll be a help.
Sorry. Where is that?
That is on 302, 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th paragraph start. That'll be a help. It's a dialogue.
Okay, yes.
Here we go. I give you the pre-roll, always helpful.
Marshall is flying back out.
That'll be a help.
Great.
Oh, okay.
And then Maggie, he switched gears right along with me.
Okay.
So speaking with Maggie from Cat on a Hot Tin Roof.
Okay.
You see where I am? Okay. Are you going to try to honor these spaces, or should I just mark them and come back to them?
I'm going to try to honor them.
Okay, here we go.
He switched gears right along with me.
Maggie from Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. The Elizabeth Taylor character? You should see this kitten's eyes, and she has yet to meet a surface that she won't try to climb. The chair back, the drapes, my leg. Kenneth cleared his throat. So, Marlowe has been drinking a lot of water. A little lethargic. Well, he is 19. My voice was light, but it was denial. His spirits are good, though. Oh, darn it, sorry. Oh, no, that was fine, because there was narration there. La, 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 la. Okay.
After I just, here we go.
Though, I just
want you to be prepared. Thank you. For not hiding it from me. I swallowed and wiped my eyes. You were on your way to a rally? You should get going. Hang the rally. Kenneth, go. To paraphrase a wise man, I'm fine. There's nothing you can do for me up here, except do your job down there. He was silent for longer than 2.6 seconds, and when he spoke, his voice was rough. You're a cruel woman, Nicole Morgan. To use my own...
Let's go back and get a couple quick things, please.
Okay.
There was a little dropout. Let me find it. So we'll take it from I swallowed and wiped my eyes, and you should get all the way through. You should get moving. That'll take care of both
Okay.
of the things.
For not hiding it from me.
I swallowed and wiped my eyes. You were on your way to a rally. You should get moving.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And we go back to where we were. After your cool woman, Nicole Morgan.
Okay.
You're a cruel woman, Nicole Morgan.
To use my own words on me like that. If you're saying I'm wrong, then I'll catch the next...
After wrong.
If you're saying I'm wrong,
then I'll catch the next rocket home. Not that we could launch anything right now, but I would find a way. Now go to the rally and make me proud. He went, as he should, as I would in his place, as I have. Lunch break?
Yeah, seems like a good idea.
Yeah. Alrighty then. So we will be back on the half hour.
Indeed.
In whatever time zone you're in. And yeah, thanks very much.
All right. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We are proceeding on with Chapter 31.
Chapter 31. Let me get my thing here. Great.
Let's see. I'm looking to see if there's anything. Ooh, space biscuits.
That sounds like maybe a Are there space cows?
Yeah. It was saying that a space biscuit tie-in would be a good thing. Okay.
Texts from.
Yeah, moon pies would also be a choice. Yes, that's a choice that we could make. If you could would you make any changes in the novel as a result of COVID-19 and the lockdown we've been living through? I talked yesterday about how I would change the haircuts. The other thing that I would probably change is the bridge party, because Nicole knew that Danica had a community contact, and I would probably have her be in a different area. Or I would make it clear that that she was having a bridge party with the community contact people. So what tech level is Space Food at right now? Skylab had the most opulent food, but it seems like we're closer to Apollo. So the bacon cubes are a real thing from the Apollo era. So basically they are... They do a lot of reconstituted, like, freeze-dried stuff, but they've also hit a point that they are starting to grow their own food on the moon. Not a lot of it, but they are very close to being completely self-sufficient. So it's Space Food has taken a slightly different path because they've been able to put a permanent settlement up there. So it's a weird mix.
All right, let me know. You ready?
I am ready.
I am finally ready too. Apologies.
It's okay. I just bumped the stand that the computer is on, so for everyone watching, the world just went wiggly. Yep. All right.
All right. Here we go.
Go to the rally and make me proud. He went, as he should, as I would in his place. As I have.
31. Hurricane time stirs Floridians. Weather Bureau preparing with
Weather Bureau, here we go.
Time stirs Floridians. Weather Bureau preparing with help of Lunetta. By R. Hart Phillips, special to the National Times. Miami, Florida, May 7th. A strong weather disturbance last week near the French Antilles, 2,400 kilometers, which is the number that's on the page.
A weather disturbance? No, 2,400. We'll take it from right there.
Okay. Disturbance last week near the French Antilles, 2,400 kilometers from Miami, brought the attention of the people of Florida once again to the operations of the United States Weather Bureau in watching for hurricanes. In conjunction with the observatory on the space station Lunetta, the forecasters are able to accurately predict and monitor the behavior of this unusually early hurricane. It would be nice if I could just concentrate on Icarus, but we still had repairs to do from the rain day. All of the staff...
Is there something in the background there?
Yeah, I think it is a train.
That's what I thought I heard.
I wasn't sure if it was audible.
Let's see here.
I think it's been there since we started, actually.
Let me listen and see if I heard it early on. I didn't think I heard it early on.
Okay.
No, it was all good up through hurricane.
Okay.
Unusually early hurricane. All right. I do not hear it now. Do you?
No, not particularly, no.
Okay. From It Would Be Nice, please.
It's unusually early hurricane.
It would be nice if I could concentrate on just Icarus, but we still had repairs to do from the rain day. All of the staff trained to handle that was, Okay, sorry, just parsed my own sentence wrong.
Here we go.
Repairs to do from the rain day.
All of the staff trained to handle that was working to clean up the SciMod, which left mundane maintenance to those of us assigned to help care for the sick. I lay on my side on the floor of Midtown with my head and shoulders inside the wall of the shower facility. My cheek pressed against the plastic wall, I squinted at the clip I was trying to reset on the filter with my right hand. Nicole? Eugene's voice made me drump. Yes.
Eugene's voice, here we go.
And Nicole?
Eugene's voice made me jump and drop the clip. Again. I hate doing things with my offhand, but any attempt to use my left was annoying. I sighed and fished around for it. Yes? Can I borrow you for a minute? He crouched next to the opening, but all I could really see were his feet in their IAC-issue shoes. Let me just... My fingers closed on the clip. Almost finished. Okay. He stood and leaned against the wall. I bit the inside of my lip and closed my eyes while I felt for the socket on the filter. I can hear you if that'll work. He crouched down again. We have a lead on Faustino. I fumbled the clip and dropped it. Grabbing the edge of the opening, I pulled myself out so I could see his face. But... Donica and Reuben Dupree's. He pursed his lips. Might be more comfortable talking to a white woman. Got it. Do you want me to have a talk with them while I'm at it? He shook his head. They fall into the category of well-meaning and in denial, and the point of having you quiz them is to make them comfortable. Copy. I stared up at the translucent ceiling of Midtown. It was noon and the sun hung in the sky directly overhead. Even with polarized glass, it was too bright to look directly at, just like at home before the meteor. The engineers who had designed this had given the glass a blue tint, which overlaid the velvet black of space. The shadows moved, if you stayed there long enough, but noon lasted for 3 days. I grabbed the edge of the access panel and pulled myself back inside to look for the clip. A single task. Simple. Controllable. Do you have any other details for me about Reuben and Danica? Not much. Rumor has it that they talked to Faustino before he went missing. The clip.
Can we do it from not much? The sound changed there.
I put my hand in front of my face. I scratched my nose. It was stupid.
Gotcha. Here we go.
Me about Reuben and Danica?
Not much. Rumor has it that they talked to Faustino before he went missing. The clip bumped along until it snagged on an edge. Carefully, I eased it over and pushed until it clicked into place. I sighed with relief. Almost as good as an orgasm. I'll see what I can find out. Work a little charm and... Eugene straightened slowly. Come back out. Something's wrong. I wriggled out of the airlock. Myrtle was walking toward us from the... wriggled out of the wall. Sorry.
I wriggled?
Mm-hmm.
Something's wrong.
I wriggled out of the wall. Myrtle was walking toward us from the airlock, which led from Eugene's office. Her eyes were red and puffy. There's an expression that we wear when someone dies. It's a face anyone in aviation knows because we all know someone who died. I clambered to my feet and grabbed the access panel, sliding it back into place. While we waited for her to reach us, I twisted the latches, concentrating... that was correct.
After latches, please.
Okay.
For her to reach us, I twisted the latches,
concentrating on feeling the panel snug into place. Whatever came next, I did not want to leave a task unfinished and cause things to get worse. Myrtle. Eugene caught her hands in his. Baby, what happened? There's been an accident on the Mars expedition.
There's been, one sec. Here we go.
Baby,
okay.
What happened?
There's been an accident on the Mars expedition. Myrtle squeezed his hands. Estevan Terrazas is dead. I sucked in a breath as if I could pull her words out of the air. Terrazas was one of the original Artemis astronauts. I'd flown with him. I'd flown here with him. The blood leached from Eugene's cheeks. He closed his eyes like he was locking down a heat shield and slid his hands up Myrtle's arms, pulling her in close. I stood, frozen, next to the shower facility.
Next two, here we go.
I stood, frozen,
next to the shower facility. Around me, the activity of the lunar colony carried on as if nothing had happened. Danica was helping Birgit take limping steps on the running track. Anna Teresa was walking from the library to the gallery, talking to one of the nurses. Guillermo and Caden were propped on a low bench next to the bunny pins. None of these people knew Terrazas. Oh, they may have met him in passing. But the Mars expedition had left Earth last October, and some of the new hires probably only overlapped with them by 6 months. They would know that he looked like a Spanish movie star. They would have heard his resonant voice on the first mission around the moon. They wouldn't know about his love for radio theater. They wouldn't know how he laughed with his whole body. They wouldn't know that his little sister was the light of his life. They wouldn't get to hear him tell the story about how he'd punched Stetson Parker on the day they met. They would never taste his paella. They would never hear the giant goofball sit in the Capcom seat and announce your mission like you were Flash Gordon. They would never dance with him in microgravity. They would never hang in silence as they orbited the moon with him, worshipping at the same altar. Eugene turned his head and held out his arm. He grabbed me and pulled me into a hug with them. I wrapped my arms around them and clung. Overhead, the relentless noon blazed down, ignoring our grief. I wanted to hang in the shadow that we created from our bodies. But Eugene tightened his hands on us. In the dark, he murmured, "I need to go get briefed and make a statement to the colony." "Yeah, baby." Myrtle nodded. "Comms brought the news straight to your office. They have instructions not to tell anyone until you do, but it'll get around." Helen. I lifted my head. She had been training to go to Mars with Terrazas before they'd rotated Elma on. "I'll find Helen." Someone, I don't remember who, told me Helen was in the library playing chess with one of the boys. I walked past Central Park, and I could feel people looking at me. I tried to school my expression, but there wasn't a damn thing I could do about my eyes. On Earth, I'd throw on sunglasses, and no one would blink. Maybe I could bring the style to the lunar colony for noonshine days.
We got a couple things, please.
Yep.
We said Danica at some point, and we said Danica.
It's Danica.
Okay, I need to find the Danica, or perhaps people marked it. I heard it, but I didn't.
It's in the line of dialogue, yep.
1978. Because you said one of them correctly just now.
Do you have any other details for me about Ruben and Danica?
That's it. No, I just got to find it. Oh, I see. Okay, 1574.
I grabbed the edge.
Let's see if I found it. Okay. Here we go.
A single task.
Here we go.
Controllable.
Do you have any other details for me about Ruben and Donica?
Great. Thank you. I got a bunch of texts, so let me check if any of those are relative to...
Oh, no, it's the thing we just were talking about. Unless you have others.
Got it. Yep. Perfect. They were just, yep. That. Okay, so bunny pen.
Okay.
You said bunny pens.
Okay.
Let's see here. We're propped on a low bench.
Okay.
There we go. Wait a minute.
Oh, I did say I mispronounced paella, which I know how to say. God damn it, that's in one of the... Okay.
What'd you say?
I said paella instead of paella. I mispronounced it.
That one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that one too.
Guillermo and Caden
were propped on a low bench next to the bunny pen.
Great. Looking for paella.
Top of 307.
There it is. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Can you actually let me hear that so I can hear what I'm doing with my voice?
Uh-huh.
Little sister was the light of his life. They wouldn't get to hear him tell the story about how Stetson Parker on the day they met. They would never taste his paella. They would...
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Stetson Parker on the day they met.
They would never taste his paella.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you got any more texts. I'm sorry.
That's all I got.
Okay, great. That's the other one I just got.
I'm just going to check the...
Blowing up here. I got one more fix. I walked past Central Park. Let's take a listen. Okay, listen and see what you think.
I walked past Central Park and...
Yep. Now let me smooth that out.
Great.
I think we could argue, but it's not.
Here we go.
Playing chess with one of the boys.
I walked past Central Park and I could feel people looking at me.
Thank you. Tried to school. Great. Okay. Thank you. And then back to where we were, unless you saw something else pop up.
Mm-mm.
Maybe I could bring the style to
Okay.
the lunar colony. Here we go.
Sunglasses and no one would blink.
Maybe I could bring the style to the lunar colony for noonshine days. From the bench where he was propped with Caden, Guillermo reached out a hand as I passed. Hey, you okay? I compressed my lips and shook my head. Bad day. He winced and looked toward the gallery. I'm sorry. Shit. He thought Frisch had died, which, given that he was in seriously bad shape, was not surprising. Or maybe Guillermo had poisoned him. He's not fine. It's not him. Eugene will be making an announcement soon. Caden pushed himself farther up, looking now to le restaurant where the women were...
After up, please.
Mm-hmm.
Farther up.
Yep.
Caden pushed himself farther up.
Looking now to le restaurant where the women were housed. Who... Sorry. Baritone and British. I don't know what that voice just came out of my mouth.
Okay.
Restaurant where the women were housed.
Who? No one here. And they were doing the same panic thing we all do, which was to run through the names of people who might have died. The way that every time I heard about something amorphously bad, I worried it was Kenneth. With polio on the moon, they were running through a list of close friends and colleagues who were right here. Eugene is going to make an announcement. I needed to get to Helen because she should not find out that way. I shoved my hands in my pockets and walked, head down, as fast as I could toward the gallery, toward the library.
Head down, please. Here we go.
Shoved my hands in my pockets and walked,
head down, as fast as I could toward the library. Inside, the tables had been cleared out. The shelves of books had been covered with plastic sheeting to keep them clean. Anna Teresa had added a bed when Lance Worgan from operations had come down with a fever and weakness in his left arm. He lay on one side, staring at the wall. The men in the other beds were reading or sleeping. In one corner, the radio played Chattanooga Choo Choo while one man concentrated on moving his foot in time to the music. One foot. The other lay at an awkward angle on the blanket. Helen sat at Kurt's bed with a packing crate to hold the game and her back to the door. Pillows propped him up so he...
Just to get Lance Woolen.
Okay.
So said Lance Wargan.
Oh, whoops. It's her cousin on the bed. Up there.
What's it?
It's her
Right.
cousin. Lance Woolen is
Lance.
actually my my TD with my puppet company.
Your TD? What's a TD?
Technical director.
Ah.
He's one of the most talented puppet construction wizards that I've met.
Nice. After, let's see here, Anna Teresa added a bed after bed, so starting with when Lance threw arm, please.
Mm-hmm.
Anna Teresa had added a bed
when Lance Woolen from operations had come down with a fever and weakness in his left arm.
Perfect. Thank you. Pillows propped. Here we go.
to hold the game and her back to the door.
Pillows propped him up so he could reach the board where it looked like she was trouncing him. He was laughing as she studied the board, clearly trying to distract her with a funny story. So the watch officer looks at me and says, "But not without the milk," and I say... His voice trailed away as he saw me, and he rested his hand on Helen's arm. Of course, the pilot would know what my face meant. "Helen?" She looked up at him. Her spine straightened as if she were bracing herself. Helen turned and saw me. I watched the recognition go over her face, pulling it into a neutral mask. She reached back and knocked her king over, forfeiting the game. Kurt watched her with worry and the pinch around his eyes. Sorry, I just accidentally scrolled too far.
Okay, after eyes, when you're ready.
Yeah, okay, got it.
With worry and the pinch around his eyes.
As she stood and walked to me, Helen stopped, looking up at me with steel in her spine. Outside? The men had lowered their books. Even Lance had rolled over to look at us. I nodded and led her out, and then... where was I going to find a private space for her? Helen saw me looking around and put her hand on my arm. "Just tell me." Wetting my lips, I nodded. There was an accident on the first Mars expedition. Estevan. Her eyes closed, pinching shut so they were nothing but creases of grief. Helen raised her hands to cover her mouth. I stepped forward and wrapped my arms around her slight form. Helen leaned against me, unbreathing. I ran my hand down her back, feeling the tension in every muscle. Her chest shuddered as she drew in a breath. Against my collarbone, I felt as much as heard. "How?" I shook my head. "I don't know." Getting words past the broken glass in my throat hurt. Eugene was finding out. Helen nodded and slid her arms around me. We waited for the announcement, and I could not tell you if she was holding me or I her. We stood under the unmoving sun and waited to find out how a friend had died on the way to Mars. And I braced myself for it to have been sabotage. 32. Estevan Terrazas, 1924 to 1963. Kansas City, March 7th, 1963. The second casualty on the Mars mission comes a little over a month after the crew has passed the midway point. Critics are pointing to the death of Estevan Terrazas as a sign of incompetence on the part of the IAC. An anonymous source high within the organization says that Colonel Stetson Parker had objected to sending Terrazas out, saying that he lacked the experience, but was overruled by Director Clemens. The director of the IAC characterized the death as a freak accident. According to reports, Terrazas became mired in the ammonia cooling system while doing repairs. In an attempt to free him, the crew cut an ammonia line. Tragically, a faulty gauge indicated that the lines were empty, and when cut, the pressure caused the sharp end of the metal line to whip past his suit and breach it. The suit lost integrity, subjecting Terrazas to the vacuum of space. Even if we hadn't been observing quarantine procedures, there wasn't anywhere in the colony for all 326 of us together. So everyone gathered in the largest common space of the module they were in and listened to Eugene on the address system. He somehow managed to make space for grief and hope in his remarks. I don't mean that he made us feel good or trotted out a trite aphorism about heroism and sacrifice. He helped us see the connection between our work here and the work Estevan had been doing out there, and the work people were doing on Earth. We grieved, yes, but we carried on because that was what made us human. Late that night, long after the shades had been drawn over the Midtown Dome, so late that it was no longer the same day, Helen and I sat in Eugene's office. Eugene and Myrtle were making the rounds, doing what politicians do in times of grief. They were comforting. They were listening. I'd done that tour of duty too many times to count. After the meteor, there had been too many people who needed comfort and not enough of me. Helen nudged my foot with hers. Do you remember when Estevan explained to...
Let's get a couple of things, please.
Okay.
Let me check. There it is.
I stepped forward and wrapped my arms around her slight form. I stepped forward and wrapped my arms around her slight.
Okay. And then you said March 7th, I think, instead of May 7th in the announcement.
Yep. I actually tried to, I see people saying it feels so rude. I actually tried to tone that sucker down because I had the same feeling. It's like, oh, this is going to be hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Kansas City, May 7th. Here we go.
Okay. March to 1963. Kansas. Oh, sorry. It started partway through Kansas, so I was not sure where you wanted me to go.
Yeah, and now it's not listening to me all of a sudden.
Ah, lovely. Well, that's exciting.
It's exciting. It's not listening to my keyboard or my mouse, so let me see if I can fix that. Hey, we're back. Okay, so here we go.
'24 to 1963. Kansas City, May 7th, 1963.
Thank you. noise.
Yeah, I heard it too. I was not sure if it hit in the clear, so I kept going.
We grieved, yes, but we carried on because that...
Yeah, but we carried on as a little something or other.
Yep.
Just that phrase through what made us human, please.
Grieved, yes.
But we carried on because that was what made us human.
Great. Okay. And then finally, too many.
Okay.
I've done that to her. I don't know. Oh, it was their dropout. Let me listen.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so after Helen nudged her foot, my foot with hers. Sorry, here we go.
Yeah. I cannot hear playback.
That would be difficult. Here we go.
Helen nudged my foot with hers.
Do you remember when Esteban explained to Bubbles that the title of the film Casablanca just meant White House? I chuckled. Bubbles' mouth dropped so far, I thought Esteban was going to swallow his tongue laughing. God, he had a good laugh. The plastic sheeting stirred, and Eugene pushed it aside, holding it for Myrtle. She came in, holding a bottle in one hand and 4 coffee mugs in another. Her eyes looked as if she'd taken too many G's. Eugene followed and dropped into Frisch's chair. He bent forward and buried his face in his arms on the desk. I rested my hand on his arm. There was nothing to say. I'd seen Kenneth this dragged down, and all you could really do was wait it out.
I'd seen, here we go.
There was nothing to say.
I'd seen Kenneth this dragged down, and all you could really do was wait it out. Or use Myrtle's solution. She twisted the lid off the bottle. Dandelion wine? I make no promises. Does it have alcohol? I raised my hand. Then I'm in. Same. Helen raised her hand. Eugene sat back, wiping his face with a sniffle. God, yes. She poured us a vivid yellow liquid and handed the mugs around. Sweet floral notes blended with the smell of fresh earth. Myrtle raised her coffee mug. To Esteban. The clink of coffee mugs was flat and harsh in the tiny room. I took a sip of the liquid, expecting it to be astringent and funky. It was sweet and tart, with none of the bitter ethanol flavors of her first batches. I lifted my eyebrows. Myrtle, this is good. At least try not to sound surprised. She took another sip. I've been working on the recipe and used the airlock to force chill it to halt fermentation.
Let me check. I heard a couple of noises, I thought. Is it possible that was there a siren that went past?
Possible. I didn't hear it.
Okay, let me listen one more time, make sure it's not on my end. No, I definitely heard a siren.
Okay.
Let me find the places I heard it real quick.
Okay.
Raised her coffee mug. To Esteban. The clink of coffee mugs was flat and harsh in the tiny room.
Hair between my ear
I took
and
a sip of the liquid, expecting it to be astringent and funky. It was sweet and tart, with none of the bitter ethanol flavors of her first batches. I lifted my eyebrows. Myrtle.
Okay, so we'll take it from the clink through funky, please.
Okay.
Here we go.
Coffee mug. To Esteban.
The clink of coffee mugs was flat and harsh in the tiny room. I took a sip of the liquid, expecting it to be astringent and funky.
It was sweet and tart, with none...
Thank you. Okay, and then I've been working on the recipe, please.
Okay.
She took another sip.
I've been working on the recipe and used the airlock to force chill it to halt fermentation. So no one believes the busted gauge was an accident, right? Eugene stared into his mug. He took a healthy swallow. Just so we're clear, that's bullshit. Helen shook her head. If you are suggesting that Leonard or Raphael would be in league with Earth First. It's what the FBI thinks about Leonard. That's why they're investigating us. He gestured at Myrtle and himself. Why the hell not? One of the people I just shook hands with is probably responsible for Poison and Frisch. Why not one of those guys? No. Her nostrils flared. No one on that ship is involved. Not on either ship. They wouldn't need to be. I ran my finger around the edge of rim.
No one in that crew was involved.
No one on that crew. Yes.
Okay, here we go. Just take it from there and continue on, please.
Her nostrils flared.
No one on that crew is involved. Not on either ship. They wouldn't need to be. I ran my finger around the rim of my coffee cup. On a 3-year mission, it would be a miracle if nothing failed. You want to make sure it happens? Someone installs something wrong. A little bit of extra stress someplace. Install a valve you know is faulty, but certify it. But it wasn't an accident. Eugene tipped his coffee mug back and drained it. He sat forward and poured another healthy dose.
Sat forward.
Coffee mug back and drained it.
He sat forward and poured another healthy dose. Someone killed him. On purpose. There wasn't even supposed to be a spacewalk. I shook my head slowly. It's space. Sometimes people die. You think they didn't plan for someone on that mission to die? You think they want any of them to come back alive? You think they want anyone on the moon to live? You think... He stopped and set his coffee mug down on the desk. Excuse me. He got up and walked out of the office with his fists clenched. Actually, I want to do his excuse me again differently.
Okay. Here we go.
And set his coffee mug down on the desk.
Excuse me. He got up and walked out of the office with his fists clenched at his sides. Myrtle reached for her husband and drew her hand back without touching him. She stared at the swinging plastic after he walked through. Swallowing, she turned back to us and gave one of the falsest smiles I've ever seen. Wiping her hands on her trousers, she stood. More wine? Do you need to go with him? She shook her head and poured a little more into her cup. He just needs a minute. Myrtle sat back down, leaving her mug on the table. Let's keep working the problem. Okay. I gripped the mug in my hands, plaster clasp rasping against the cup. The point I was trying to make was that they would not have needed to place an agent on the Mars expedition. Any death would serve their purpose. Maybe you weren't the target on your busy bee and it was set up ahead of time. She snorted and turned her coffee mug so the handle was aligned with the edge of the desk. Watching her, I asked, How bad was that? You never gave us details. Bad. She fished in her pocket and pulled out a handkerchief, which she twisted in her hands. We weren't supposed to survive that. The fans hissed, stirring the papers on the desk. Helen shifted in her chair and took a sip of dandelion wine, looking at me over the rim. She lowered the mug. Do we have 2 classes of attack? Pre-planned and improvised? Eugene pushed the curtain open and walked back in as if nothing had happened. Good thought. As he walked by, Myrtle held out her handkerchief. He glanced down to take it and settled in his chair, wrapping the handkerchief around the bloody knuckles of his right hand. "The busy bee being improvised and messier." I nodded and pretended not to notice that he'd apparently walked out to punch something. I understood that feeling, although I was more likely to throw things. That would make sense with the dehumidifier. That affected everyone. "The short." Helen tapped the edge of her mug, considering. "A plan to target Nicole?" "I don't see how they would have." There was something there, though. I frowned, trying to drag it out of the dark, and stared at the intercom in Eugene's office. How would I have done that? With the water everywhere, anyone who closed a contact was going to cause a short. So you'd want to create a situation that would make it likely your target was the one who would be first. For instance, a ward full of polio patients. Helen sat with her feet together now. If you're the only one who can walk, who else would be the target? Anna Teresa? Any of the nurses? Some of the patients? There it was. On the other side of the lightning. Birgit. "What?" Myrtle leaned forward, watching me. I set the coffee mug down and pressed my fingers against my temples. I should not be drinking on an empty stomach. Birgit was getting leg function back. She was trying to get to the intercom but fell. They could reasonably assume I would be the first one to the intercom, but it was almost her. No. Wait. Oh, I was... Okay.
Let's go back and get two things, please.
Okay.
Previous page. Right near the top, 1, 2, 3, fourth line down. I grip my mug in my hands, plaster cast. I think you said plaster casp. P.
Got it.
Let me double check. Yep.
Okay.
Plaster and through cup. Here we go.
I gripped the mug in my hands.
Plaster cast rasping against the cup.
The point I was trying to...
Thank you.
And yes, that was it. An author, Mary Robinette choice, not a narrator, MRK.
All right. I'm looking for a noise. Yeah, how bad was that? There's a little bit of dropout, so I just need the how bad was that, please.
How
bad was that?
Thank you. That's it. Unless someone else saw something else.
I'll just check.
A good chunk.
Yeah. Nope, it doesn't look like there's anything new.
Great. Let's see. I want to do it after the no. So you do wait.
Yep.
Almost her. No.
Wait. Gah, I was so scrambled. But there was something. She's Swiss. Myrtle blinked.
Myrtle blinked.
She's Swiss.
Myrtle blinked and stood, turning to the filing cabinets. Birgit first. She's Swiss and works in comms. She could be the mole. Helen said, knowing how to tune a radio is not the same thing as being able to rig a booby trap. Myrtle set her coffee mug on top of the filing cabinets and yanked it open. She flipped through the files. No, but... With a noise of satisfaction, she yanked a file out. Ha! The riffle of pages mimicked the hiss of fans, and then Myrtle slapped the folder down on Eugene's desk. She laid her finger on a line with an air of triumph. Eugene leaned forward to read it and whistled. Just so we're clear, if that says she went to Swiss finishing school, I'm going to stab someone. I set my coffee mug down. Do I need to find a pen? She snorted and tapped the page. Swiss Army. Munitions. A shudder ran down my spine. I picked my coffee mug up again. I
picked. Let me just check one thing. Totally fine. Moving on.
Okay.
After a shiver ran down my spine, here we go.
A shudder ran down my spine.
I picked my coffee mug up again and took a deeply necessary drink. So, in theory, she wasn't going to the intercom. She was returning from rigging it to arc. Rubbing my forehead, I tried to press the fatigue back. That leaves the question of Faustino. Working in league with him? I mean, he is unquestionably gone, but neither of them were in a position to do anything to the hand controller in the rocket. Kurt was. Or it could have happened pre-flight. Eugene settled back in his chair. There's no reason to think that Icarus is a single person. So, all of them? Helen crossed her ankles. Earth First managed to get 3 people on a single ship, all of them with names that contain the letter F? The evil league of F names? This is too complicated. We are focusing on people with F names because of the Swiss Army knife, but carrying a monogrammed knife seems like a clumsy mistake. Eugene's stillness was as alarming as yelling might be in someone else. It was not a plant. I'm sorry you were not there to see the placement or the damage to the controller, but I will ask that you trust my judgment. It was very clear that the knife was dropped because Icarus was in a hurry, and it was not possible to retrieve it without dismantling the controller. Myrtle laid her hand.
Myrtle laid. Let me listen for a noise. Words of Nicole. Gah.
Yes, the evil league of F and evil. Good, good. Sinister ploy by Swiss chocolate makers. In this next paragraph, I'm going to say people would report losing a box of paper clips. And I will just note that was originally a setup for a plot device that did not happen, but I left it because it was fine. And also the kind of thing that people would do.
Here we go. Found the thing. I fixed it. After controller, please.
Retrieve it without dismantling the controller.
But I will ask that you trust my judgment. It was very clear that the knife was dropped because Icarus was in a hurry, and it was not possible to retrieve it without dismantling the controller. Myrtle laid her hand on his arm. But they might have stolen it. No one reported a missing knife. I gestured at the wall of filing cabinets. Look, the whole being Frisch's secretary was supposed to be cover, but I still had to file a lot of paperwork. People would report losing a box of paper clips, for crying out loud. If a completely innocent person lost that knife, someone would have said something. Eugene shrugged. So let's try to reunite it with the owner. Icarus will deny it's theirs, but I'll bet you that someone will remember seeing them pull it out at some point. They know Myrtle and I survived the Busy Bee, so the fact that I have the knife is going to be understandable. And frankly, if I encourage them to come for me instead of other people, I'll regard that as a net positive. And there he goes. Myrtle reached forward to pick up her mug. He rolled his eyes at her and turned back to me. I've been thinking about Faustino. Looking for him on the sly made sense when we were concerned about Frisch, but given how sick he was, even if he had been involved, he was out of the game now. As acting administrator, I would be irresponsible if I didn't tell all personnel that we had a missing crew member. Let's get all eyes looking for him. Smart. But I still want you talking to Danica and Ruben to see if they know anything specific about where Faustino might have gone. I nodded. I agree with Helen that we're not looking for a large team of people, but the fact that he and a busy bee have gone missing at the same time is a problem. I held up a finger and turned to Helen. Can you talk to Paolo? He was with Faustino when he returned to the suit, so might know where he had been. Helen nodded. Yes, I can use chess as an excuse for that. Good. Oops, sorry, that's Eugene.
Okay. Let's check one quick thing, please.
You may.
This was as alarming as yelling might be in someone else. It was not a plant. I'm sorry you were not there to see the placement or the damage to the controller, but I will ask that you trust my judgment. It was very clear that the knife was dropped because Icarus was in a hurry, and it was not possible to retrieve it without dismantling the controller. But I will ask that you trust my judgment. It was very clear that the knife was...
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotta double somehow. Let me make sure I got the part that I meant to get.
While Andrew's doing that, I will...
I'm sorry you were not there to see the placement or the damage to the controller, but I will ask that you trust my judgment. It was very clear that the knife was dropped because Icarus was in a hurry, and it was not possible to retrieve it without dismantling the controller. But I will ask that you trust my judgment. It was very clear that the knife was dropped because Icarus was in a hurry, and it was not possible to retrieve. Myrtle laid her hand on his arm.
So I see people speculating about what the paperclip subplot was. I had this whole thing about Nicole disabling the intercom in the room.
Myrtle laid her hand on it.
Someone listening in on it, and it was a subplot that I wound up not needing, but she was using paperclips to do that. And at one point, I was going to have them realize that the missing paperclips were
yes,
how
as
someone
an excuse for
was
that.
causing shorts. But I cut that entire subplot thread. That like no one was hacking the intercoms with paperclips.
As an excuse for that.
All right,
she also does not do any disabling of intercoms because it was a plot thread that I set up, but it didn't have a payoff. Okay, where are we?
After good.
Got it.
Here we go.
No,
and use chess as an excuse for that.
Good. I'll ask maintenance for the ETA on the report about our rocket crash. Eugene set his mug down and pulled a pad of paper toward him to make a note. And also find out about the failure of the dehumidifiers, both of which are easily masked as part of my purview as acting administrator. Masking. I turned my mug in my hands, thinking, I wonder if we should stop trying to hide what's going on. The original reason for being quiet was to keep the bad guys from knowing the FBI was onto them, but that went out the airlock when they found my codes. Helen tipped her head to the side, eyes narrowing as she played through possibilities. Myrtle tapped her finger on the arm of her chair, and Eugene said, Huh. I had told Clemens, back on Earth, that I was not a fan of the secrecy, even though I accepted it at the time. But now it seemed as though the fastest way to flush out Icarus on the moon was to give them nowhere to hide. It was different on Earth, where there were places you could run. Stealing a busy bee wouldn't solve the resource problem, and sooner or later, if they wanted to live, they would have to come back. Eugene leaned back in his chair to stare at the ceiling. The challenge with that approach is that the clearest example of sabotage relies on my testimony, and I'm black. We'll need a higher level of proof. He sat up in his chair and studied the sheet of paper again. Let me see if maintenance has anything useful for us. God, but I wished he were wrong. I can ask Kenneth to back you. It wouldn't take much persuading. If we do multiple calls to split their attention, I should be able to brief him in the morning. Politically, the timing is good because people will be ready to draw the link to Estevan. If we wait, the connection will diffuse in people's minds. Eugene took a long, deep breath, staring at his coffee mug. Shaking his head, he glanced across the table at Myrtle. She gave a small shrug and an even smaller nod.
Yeah. Probably for the best. So, tomorrow morning, let's do 4 calls. I'll call Clemens. Myrtle, you're on Nathaniel. Helen,
I'll call Renard. 2 husbands will make Nicole's call less obvious.
Copy. And let's keep eyes on Birgit and Kurt for good measure.
He grimaced and took a sip of dandelion wine.
At least that should be easy.
Unless, of course, Birgit wasn't as sick as she seemed. The phone was cool in my hand the next morning. I was apparently the first one to use that booth, and I came with a headache from Myrtle's wine. I'd taken an aspirin, and then, so I could answer Kenneth honestly if he asked, I picked up a squeeze tube of applesauce for breakfast. The sticky, sweet pulp still clung to the sides of my teeth, no matter how much I ran my tongue around the inside of my mouth. In the booths on either side of me, my crewmates were making their own calls. I tried home first, guessing that he, too, would have had a long day yesterday. I hoped he had slept in, even a little, before heading to the office. And if I was wrong, then Chu could tell me Kenneth's schedule for the day. Chu answered on the second ring.
Governor's Mansion, how may I help you?
Good morning, Chu.
Mrs. Worgan, what a pleasant surprise.
He never sounded surprised.
Are we doing the spacing thing?
Oh, thank you. We are.
Okay. Can we do, let me just listen to Kenneth's real quick.
Yep.
Can we just do, and if I was wrong, Chu could tell me Kenneth's schedule for the day?
Yep.
From there, just keep going.
Okay.
Before heading to the office.
And if I was wrong, then Chu could tell me Kenneth's schedule for the day. Chu answered on the second ring.
Governor's Mansion, how may I help you?
Good morning, Chu.
Mrs. Worgan, what a pleasant surprise.
He never sounded surprised, even when I was calling from the moon.
The governor is in the breakfast room, if you'll give me a moment.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, no, that was correct. I did not need to pause.
Yeah, that was
there.
correct.
Yeah, no, I know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine.
After a moment.
Room, if you'll give me a moment.
Thank you. Please make sure.
Please.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a moment. Thank you.
Please make sure he knows I'm all right. I wrapped the cord around my fingers, the black line a sharp contrast to the...
Black line?
Mm-hmm.
I wrapped the cord around my fingers.
The black line a sharp contrast to the unadorned white of my new cast. I pressed the phone against my ears, ear singular. It's not a headset, it's just a handset.
I dispensed with speaking into the speaking piece.
Yes. Ha
I just got my funny bone. I don't know why. Here we go.
Yeah, it's that time of day.
I think so.
Adorned white of my new cast.
I pressed the phone against my ear, listening for the faint sounds of home in the background. Was that a bird in the distance? Or was my imagination desperate for Earth? The phone rattled.
Nicole, what's wrong?
I told Chu to tell you I was all right.
That is not the reassuring opener you think it is.
But some of the tension bled out of his voice.
It's usually followed by something like, I got lucky with the angle of entry, or it was only 8 Gs.
You make me sound like a daredevil.
That's because, Maggie, no! Come here, no!
He laughed, and the phone rustled against fabric as he lowered it.
You little scamp.
What'd she do?
Made off with a piece of bacon.
He grunted a little.
She's under the sideboard now. Marlowe is being a perfect gentleman and sitting in his chair.
Marlowe had a chair in the dining room, at the dining table.
Marlowe had a chair?
Yes.
Excuse me.
I got lucky with the angle of entry is an actual phrase that my actual husband said to me over the phone after he had an accident with an angle grinder. And it was designed to be reassuring. Spoiler, it was not reassuring.
It was not. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. Marlowe, here we go.
Gentleman, and sitting in his chair.
Marlowe had a chair at the dining table and would watch us over the edge. We never gave him food from the table, but he liked to participate. In the background, I heard my old man Cat give a meep.
That's right, Marlowe. She is indeed undignified.
Kenneth sighed into the phone.
I'm so sorry about Terrazas. He was a good man.
Saltwater burned the back of my throat and choked me. He really was. Helen is pretty broken up, although she's masking it well.
I can't imagine. I'll add her to my prayers.
We all took comfort in the illusions of control where we could. I swallowed. I did not have time for weeping and reminiscing. That's why I'm calling you, actually. I want to brief you on what's happening up here and ask, we need your political weight. The phone rustled for a moment, Kenneth's hand muffling it.
Chew, clear my calendar for the morning and give me the room.
The air. Actually, let me try a different thing slightly there.
Okay.
I'm curious what happens. I'm curious what happens if I actually put my hand between me and the mic for the Kenneth's hand muffling it.
I think that will work.
Okay.
Can we go back and get a couple? There are 2 dropouts in a row here.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry about Terrazas. He was a good man. Saltwater burned through the back of my throat and choked me. That's what I need. Please.
Yep.
It's weird. Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Kenneth sighed into the phone.
I'm so sorry about Terrazas. He was a good man.
Saltwater burned the back of my throat and choked me.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
How anal do you want me to be about the 2.6?
I mean...
You did 2.
That's fine.
Okay.
I am not going to... I mean, if you want to be really anal about it and move it to 0.6 so that I'm... For your own personal internal satisfaction, I welcome that, but I don't need it.
I'm personally, internally satisfied. Here we go.
Great.
It's done.
Thank you. Thank you for your internal satisfaction.
That's what keeps me going. Here we go.
Kenneth's hand muffling it.
Chew, clear my calendar for the morning and give me the room.
The air in the line shifted again, and it was just Kenneth's breath, crossing the distance to the moon.
All right. Tell me what you need.
I'm going to skim through the big picture details, and then you can tell me the things you want to deeper.
I'm just going to skim. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what you need.
I'm going to skim through the big picture details, and then you can tell me the things you want a deeper briefing on. We believe Estevan's death was not an accident, but the result of actions by Earth First. Here on the moon, they've taken a number of similar actions. The faulty thruster coming in, the dehumidifier, the short that hit me. In addition, there have been several more overt... On the other end of the line, Kenneth gave a short, shocked breath as my delayed words reached him.
Just going to get one. I just need that first line I'm going to skim through, and the rest of it was fine.
Okay.
I just had to drop out. It's been higher internet traffic than usual today or something.
Yeah, who knows?
Tell me what you need.
I'm going to skim through the big picture details, and then you can tell me the things you want a deeper briefing on.
Great. Kenneth gave a short, here we go.
Okay.
On the other end of the line,
Kenneth gave a short, shocked breath as my delayed words reached him. God damn them! It startled me into silence. I had never heard raw rage in my husband's voice before. Sweetheart, I will destroy. If they wanted Judgment Day, I will oblige. His breathing was harsh. Keep going, I'm taking notes. I wet my lips and wished I were home right now. I'd seen him get fired up, and he was a force of nature when that happened. His pupils widened, and his shoulders seemed to broaden out to fill door frames. We always had excellent sex when he got like this. I swallowed and cleared my throat. All right. There was also an overt sabotage attempt. The phone made a spring sound. Naturally. Right when I got to the clearest example, I cursed internally and lightened my voice. At the garden club, you know how ruthless the ladies get about their roses. So apparently, Mrs. Smith went to Deadhead. I heard it too. Kenneth's voice was deep and resonant and about as erotic as I could ask for. Yes, I'm attracted to powerful men. Keep talking. My people will deal with it. I hesitated. His staff was very good, and if it were just a matter of getting ahead of the news, I would not worry. But the FBI was also investigating Kenneth about the rat poison. At the moment, that was still backstage. It hadn't gone public. If we stirred up the flames with Icarus, they would almost certainly... I'm losing track of my own things.
Okay. If we...
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. I marked something. Hold on. Oh, I remember. So when he came in, he's in the dialogue thing. Do you want me to put that pause in? It kind of.
When he jumps in.
When he jumps in, yeah.
No. In both cases, he had not. He had not stopped. Like the goddamn them, I will destroy. He hadn't stopped talking.
Excellent.
And at the garden club, he is in his own.
He heard the spring, right? Gotcha.
Right, and he is saying it somewhere around the you know how ruthless ladies get about their roses.
Yep. After public, here we go.
Yeah.
It hadn't gone public.
If we stirred up the flames with Icarus, they would almost certainly arrange to leak the story to the news, which would damage his run for president. Nicole. Kenneth's voice softened a little. Let me do my job. Please. God damn it. We would have had such good sex if I were home. And this is why I keep a vibrator on the moon. $33. Actually, we've been going.
Yeah, we've been going for a bit. I didn't know if you want to take 5 or.
Yeah, let me take 5 because there's not a good stopping point in this next chapter.
Okay.
And I know I'm going to want to do a straight through on this one.
Okay.
So let's just do 5.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, great. I will
All right.
see you in a moment.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're back. Yes.
Gotcha.
Someone had flagged a possible continuity error that that they know Nathaniel is in the hospital, so he can't be one of the people that they call. No, actually, he can totally be one of the people that they call because because you can call people in the hospital, which Nicole did previously when he was there the first time. Okay.
All right, 33.
Someone is doing something downstairs.
Yep, I hear that.
You don't know what that is?
Scraping.
Yep.
Excuse me.
My dad reminded me that there's a cedar closet in the basement, which I'd totally forgotten about, that is under the kitchen cabinets. So next book we'll try that.
Okay. Although, given it would surprise me if sound from the rest of the kitchen floor would not transmit particularly easily, but maybe not. It could be the cabinets provide a stiff enough boundary that it wouldn't actually vibrate, but
yeah. And it's also, yeah, anyway, it's something we're going to take a look at.
Cool. All right. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
The vibrator on the moon.
33. Picketing by riot stirs picketing by core.
Picketing. Here we go.
33.
Picketing by core stirs riot in Cleveland. Cleveland, Ohio, May 8th, 1963. Several thousand jeering white persons, primarily teenagers, pelted pickets.
Pelted?
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
White persons, primarily teenagers,
pelted pickets of the Congress of... Pelted pickets of the Congress of Racial Equality.
White persons, primarily teenagers,
pelted pickets of the Congress of Racial Equality with rocks, eggs, and tomatoes early this morning outside a White Castle drive-in restaurant in Cleveland. A riot call brought 60 policemen to the scene. At least 2 of the picketers were injured and taken to the hospital. One was identified as Robert Waldron, a Negro. The other was an unidentified white man. The police said that Mr. Waldron had been knocked down and kicked by white youths. After talking to Kenneth, I did not go back to my bunk, alas. Instead, I conferred with my crewmates. Eugene and I were the only ones who got spring sounds, although at different points in the conversation. To me, this said they had tried flipping lines, which seemed to indicate a single listening post. There was very little we could do about that, besides trying to let Clemens know. I was a little frustrated in more than one way. By the time I found Donica and Reuben walking slowly around the running track in Midtown. Donica had been one of the lucky ones who got a fever, some aches, and then recovered as if it were just the flu. The infirmary had only 2 canes, so Reuben leaned on a piece of conduit, bent to have a cane handle and padded with layers.
And padded, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
No, bent to have, please. Interesting. Okay.
Reuben leaned on a piece of conduit,
bent to have a cane handle and padded with layers of cloth and tape. It had a broad, flat base cut from a packing crate to give it traction in 1/6 G. His left leg dragged behind him. Reuben had his jaw set and was fighting his way around the track. I nodded and fell into step.
I nodded. Here we go.
Was fighting his way around the track.
I nodded and fell into step beside them. Now all I had to do was wait for Eugene's announcement, which would provide a nice jumping-off point for our conversation. Good morning. Good morning. Donica's hair was in a simple plait around her head with none of her usual fancy braiding. I was so sorry to hear about Captain.
I.
Okay.
After the first I, here we go.
Usual fancy braiding. I
was so sorry to hear about Captain Terrazas. I had not forgotten, but I had managed to keep that knowledge to the side. Nodding, I ducked my head. Thank you. Ahead of us, the relocated rabbit pen from the biology lab in the SciMod was set up by the side of the track. Have you seen the bunnies? She nodded and let me change the subject. We stopped by them on each circuit. So adorable. Reuben thumped the track with his cane. Also by the chickens, by the gallery, and by... Oh, no, there's no end.
We'll take that from also, but I got a little dropout on circuit, so...
Okay.
Let's see here. We'll do... we stop by them on each circuit,
Okay.
and from there. Just continue, please.
Nodded and let me change the subject.
We stopped by them on each circuit. So adorable. Reuben thumped the track with his cane. Also by the chickens, by the gallery, by any available bench. It looks like you're doing well, though. Considering that he'd been flat on his back a week ago, being up and around was fantastic. In truth, as bad as the rain day had been, moving the patients into Midtown had been good for them. There was no way they could get up to the lounge in the SciMod, and the centrifuge room had been out of the question as a way for them to exercise. Reuben grimaced. There is some question of if I will be able to walk on Earth. Until that moment, it had honestly not occurred to me that he was able to support himself because his body only weighed 1/6 of what it would at home. Of course you will. Danica rose on her toes. Good job, past MRK.
Danica, here we go.
Home. Of course you will.
Danica rose on her toes to kiss her husband on the cheek. She dropped back to her heels and pointed. Look, the bunnies are so silly. Rabbits on the moon. They were here to see if they might make a good protein source for the colony's long-term future.
They were here.
Rabbits on the moon.
They were here to see if they might make a good protein source for the colony's long-term future, as well as to look at how gestation happened in lower gravity. Today, though, they had a small group of people gathered to watch them frolic. The rabbits who had been...
The rabbits, here we go.
People gathered to watch them frolic.
The rabbits who had been born here moved with a springy economy of motion, 1 or 2 soaring hops to cross their enclosure.
1 or 2.
Moved with a springy economy of motion.
1 or 2 soaring hops to cross their enclosure. The ones they'd taken back down to Earth had apparently been miserable and lay on the bottom of their cage, pushing themselves across the wood chips. 3 chimes sounded over the loudspeaker, and everyone tensed, orienting to face it as Eugene spoke.
Good morning. This is Major Eugene Lindholm, acting administrator for Artemis Base. Yesterday was hard for our family of lunar dwellers.
Yesterday?
Administrator for Artemis Base. Yesterday was hard for our family of lunar dwellers after 2 already stressful weeks. I spoke to many of you, and I want to say how very proud I am of the spirit and compassion you displayed while grieving the loss of Esteban Terrazas.
While other people watched the speaker as if they could see him, I studied my targets. Danica put her arm around Reuben and carefully leaned into him. He tightened his grip on his cane, resting his cheek against her head.
One of the things I heard time and again was that quarantine has made you feel frustrated because you want to work. You are here on the moon because you want to be of service to humanity. Further, because of the separation between modules, you feel isolated. I am instituting morning announcements.
You could hear a smile in his voice as he changed tone.
Yes, as though we were in high school again.
People chuckled, and the tension began to bleed away.
Let's begin with Lost and Found. Found. A red Swiss Army knife with an F monogrammed on it.
Let's go back. The quarantine. There was something you added a word or left out a word. Let's see here. The quarantine, yeah.
Okay.
What I heard, one of the things I heard time again was the quarantine, blah, blah, blah,
Okay.
to want to work, please.
Resting his cheek against her head.
One of the things I heard time and again was that the quarantine has made you feel frustrated because
you are here on the moon because you want.
Let's see here.
You know, Rachel and Jen, you, not that anyone wants to do this, but potentially you could, someone who is watching this could watch. I guess we could ask someone who has not watched it to go through and watch and mark when I talk to my past self. You are correct. I was writing this scene, the morning announcements. I think I was actually on the Joko cruise, potentially, when I wrote this scene. Which is why we got the morning announcements. But it works real well here.
You had to make instituting a little more informal. Is that okay?
Yeah.
With the ing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. All right, lost and found, please.
Mm-hmm.
Let's begin with lost and found. Found. A red Swiss Army knife with an F monogrammed on it. If this is yours, you may claim it by notifying my secretary, Mrs. Worgan, in the admin office. Lost. Faustino Albino Rios. Please report to your supervisor in Midtown. All personnel, I'd like to take this opportunity to remind you that the quarantine has not been lifted. Please do not go between modules without prior authorization. I rolled my eyes, pretending that this was news to me, and turned to Donica. I swear, Faustino is like my annoying kid brother. Donica crouched to stick her fingers between the mesh of the cage and scratch a soft bunny ear. I guess. What mischief do you think he's up to this time? I turned to Reuben as Eugene was announcing Halim's. I think I'm done with that.
Okay. Can we do what mischief, please?
Mm-hmm.
This time sounded like it changed tone a little bit.
Okay.
Soft bunny ear. I guess.
What mischief do you think he's up to this time? I turned to Reuben as Eugene was announcing Halim's incoming flight, which was due to land tomorrow. Reuben grimaced, pressing his fist into his leg, and looked toward the library. I don't know where Faustino is. That was a much firmer denial than my casual question should have merited. Any guesses? No. He
shook.
Any guesses? No.
He shook his head, turning away from the bunnies. No, none at all. I hope he's okay. I gestured toward the dome where the sun still shone at noon. There's a lot that can go wrong here. I told you, I don't know where he is. Reuben's hand slipped off his makeshift cane and he tumbled down in slow motion. In the light gravity, I was able to snare his arm. We danced for a moment as I tried to steady him. Donica jumped up too fast.
Donica.
For a moment as I tried to steady him.
Donica jumped up too fast and bounded into us. All three of us went down. I cracked my left elbow against the floor and felt the jolt light up the break in my arm. Closing my eyes for a minute, I waited for the pain to dissipate. It didn't, but I rolled to my side to sit up. Would I have liked to have lain on my back and get my breath back? Yes. But even if I weren't a pilot, as a lady astronaut, I couldn't let the guys have any reason to think I was weak. Donica knelt next to Reuben. Are you all right? The uncharitable, suspicious part of me was nearly certain he'd fallen on purpose. I got to my knees as other people crowded around us. Someone offered a hand to help me up, and I waved him off. "Help Reuben?" I got myself to my feet, dusting off my rump. My arm was still sending distress beacons as a dull throb in time with my pulse. "Nicole?" Birgit stood next to me, leaning on a pair of lunar crutches engineered with a broad-weighted base. "That Swiss army knife? I think it's Kurt's." "Oh?" I rubbed the area where my cast brushed my arm and left.
I rubbed.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Oh, my arm was. What did I hear? Hold on. Yeah, my arm is still sending. I think it still says stending.
Stending. Whatever.
You know.
With my pulse.
Through pulse, please.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Feet, dusting off my rump.
My arm was still sending distress beacons as a dull throb in time with my pulse.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, okay. So, after O, please.
Yeah.
Oh?
I rubbed the area where my cast brushed my arm and left her a silence to fill. "I remember him having it in training because it reminded me of home." She shifted her weight on her crutches. "And he's missing it." "Is he?" I smiled at her as if everything she said was helpful and not just a frustrating mass of possible lies. "Well, I'll certainly ask him about it." When I walked away from Birgit, I'll admit that my actual impulse...
When I walked, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'll certainly ask him about it.
When I walked away from Birgit, I'll admit that my actual impulse was to throw the lot of them into an airlock until we could send them back to Earth. And if a conversation happened with some emphasis on the effects of decompression on the human body, it was not my best moment. Not that I'd had many of them recently. I focused instead on the order of operations rather than things I couldn't fix. I needed to talk to Kurt and to Frisch, but I opted for the easier conversation. Not, mind you, that "who poisoned you?" is an easy conversation. I opened the gallery to the door.
Here we go.
Is an easy conversation.
I opened the door to the gallery and stepped into the dim shelter of art. They had positioned Frisch's bed so he was facing Bean's landscape of the Taurus Mountains. The ground stretched away in burnt ochres and umber, with the occasional vivid spot of hunter green. Frisch was on his back, propped up a little. Anna Teresa had juggled things so the LCA had an actual hospital bed instead of a makeshift cot. The light from the gallery lamps shone on the bare patches.
The light. Here we go.
Instead of a makeshift cot.
The light from the gallery lamps shone on the bare patches of his scalp. "Nicole." I think he thought he was speaking English, but the rest of what he said was in Swiss German. "Have you an...
What he said was in Swiss German.
"Have you a status update for me?" I answered in kind. "Several people are getting leg function back, which is good to see. How are you?" "I meant about Icarus." "Ah." I drew a breath, looking at the lesions at the corner of his mouth. If he had poisoned himself, he had misjudged badly. Even if he had been involved at this point, the man was not a threat. "Curtis Fry, Faustino Albino Rios, and Birgit First. Any thoughts on them?" "Faustino is always working a new angle. Working an angle. Oh, I'm very tired."
Can we go back? Something about corners. Oh, there it is. I drew a breath like lesions at the corners of his mouth. I think you said corner.
Okay.
I drew a breath through mouth, please. Here we go.
Notice. Ah.
I drew a breath, looking at the lesions at the corners of his mouth.
Great, thank you. Picking it up. Thoughts on them, please.
Okay.
Any thoughts on them?
Faustino is always working an angle.
He shook his head.
The other two are new hires. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
The two are new hires. I'm not sure I even met Fräulein first, although I must have during your arrival.
Maybe not, given the chaos around the crash. He nodded, eyes drooping.
Perhaps. And you? I heard you were electrocuted. Are you all right?
I kept the definition of electrocution inside my head. It's the latest exercise fad. I did not mention my trouble sleeping, or the fact that I wasn't eating and knew I wasn't.
I have a question about the sugar cubes. Where did I get them?
He sighed, and it turned into a long, racking cough. Frisch.
Frisch, here we go.
Long, racking cough.
Frisch curled into a tight ball, one hand pressed against his mouth, and the other outstretched to stop me. I froze on my toes. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? I froze on my toes. Let's see if I can make that not sound like a rhyme.
Okay, here we go.
Other outstretched to stop me.
I froze. One more time.
Other outstretched to stop me.
I froze on my toes and watching. God damn it.
What if you put a pause after froze?
It made it worse. I froze on my toes. Then it's like, hello, it's verse. So I've got to remove the...
Take out the comma after toes.
I froze on my toes watching. Okay, I'll try that. Thanks.
Okay.
The other outstretched to stop me.
I froze on my toes watching until he caught his breath and uncurled.
Apologies. Thank you for the Prussian blue.
After thank you.
Apologies. Thank you.
For the Prussian blue.
I opened my mouth and the nonsense words of a politician's wife floated into the room. Your bravery is a credit to you. Please let me know if there's anything I can do.
From Earth. I import them with my tea.
Frisch's smile was sad as he shook his head.
These are from the last ship up. I had not felt well, but thought it simple stress. Now, I am lying here asking the dark, have I been slowly poisoned this entire time? Or did someone exchange the sugar cubes?
I had no idea how to answer that. In the library, the radio in the corner was tuned to a station playing Ring of Fire. Guillermo had the table with the radio pulled up to the edge of his bed and was gesturing at Caden. Sorry, that's me just getting back into a different rhythmic thing.
Let me know.
Okay, ready.
Here we go.
And was gesturing at Caden.
France is your pick for the international games? I mean, they've been good in the past, but are a disaster this year. Are you a masochist?
I have to.
Caden saw me, and his voice trailed away. Oh, sorry, that was too fast. The trailed away was not trailing away. It was just tossed.
Gotcha. From right before I have to.
Yep.
This year. Are you a masochist?
I have to.
Caden saw me, and his voice trailed away. "I'm sorry for your loss." I inclined my head and took refuge in the old mask of concern and empathy. "Thank you. Estevan is a loss for all of us." At Kurt's bed, the chess game was still set up. King tipped over on the side. Kurt was lying on his back with a fist balled in the covers and his breath a little more jagged than it should be. His smile looked tight with pain. "It sounds like I should talk to you about my pocket knife." I had been thinking about how I would have played it in his situation. Denial would always be the first immediate impulse, but if someone had seen him with it, then claiming he'd lost it was the next best step. I was wondering who that belonged to. I kept my voice light and breezy as I sat down on the edge of his bed. Mentally, I was noting that Birgit hadn't lied about it being his. "I'm surprised you didn't note it report."
I'm surprised.
Hadn't lied about it being his.
"I'm surprised you didn't report it missing." "Oh, well." He broke off and closed his eyes for a second. Swallowing, he opened them and smiled again. "Well, it wasn't missing." "Are you all right?" "Just stayed out too late dancing." Here's one of the many cruel things about polio. It takes your ability to move but not to feel. This does not sound like cruelty until you watch people whose legs are cramping and they cannot stretch them.
This does not. Here we go.
Move but not to feel.
This does not sound like cruelty until you watch people whose legs are cramping and they cannot stretch them to relieve the pain. We'd skipped physical therapy yesterday. When the news of Terrazas had rolled in, it was all anyone thought about. Pursing my lips, I stood and grabbed my rubber glove from the supply cart. "Dancing, huh?" He blanched. "Oh, I didn't mean... Shit. Sorry, I was just joking. I didn't mean to make light about Captain Terrazas' passing." "I understand. And he loved dancing, so probably would have been delighted if that's what we had done in his honor." I pulled the glove on and threw back the covers. "But for dancing, you should have seen Ruby Donaldson. She was a competitive dancer before she joined the first Mars expedition." "Yeah?" He stiffened a little as I took his foot in my right hand. "I'm an off-nominal dancer. I mean, even on the best day." Would he get another one of those? I moved his knee up toward his chest, using my cast as a guide. The entire time I kept thinking about what I would have done if I were Icarus in that bed. Try for sympathy? Let my weakness show a little more. Say that I'd loaned the knife to someone else? "So what did you mean when you said your wife... your knife?"
So, Here we go.
Loaned the knife to someone else?
"So what did you mean when you said your knife?"
Loaned the knife to someone else?
"So what did you mean when you said your knife wasn't missing?" "I knew where it was. I thought I did at any rate. I'd loaned it to Faustino." Now that was an interesting choice. Did he say why he wanted it? Kurt shook his head. "No idea." The song on the radio cut off mid-note. "We interrupt this program to bring you a special bulletin from ABC Radio. Here is a special bulletin from Kansas City. 4 shots were fired on the steps of the United States Capitol today as Governor Wargan entered the building." I dropped Kurt's leg and turned to the radio. "No." "This is ABC Radio in Kansas City. To repeat, 4 shots were fired on the
To repeat.
In Kansas City. To repeat, 4 shots were fired on the United States Capitol today at Governor Wargan. We're going to stand by for more details on the incident from Kansas City." Kansas City, not Stiddy.
We're going to stand by.
States Capitol today at Governor Wargan. We're going to stand by for more details on the incident from Kansas City. Stay tuned for more from your ABC station. We now return you to your regular program. And Doris Day started to sing. 34. U.S. tells aides in Haiti to send families home. Airlift of 220 begins today to flee hurricane. Other Americans there receive offer of help. Kansas City, May 8, 1963. The United States ordered today that dependents of its personnel in Haiti leave that country as Hurricane Flora
United States. Let me just check airlift real quick. Listen to airlift and see if you're cool.
Okay. Airlift of 220 begins. Yeah, it sounds like airlift instead of lift.
Like
yep.
Yeah. Let's get it. Just that phrase.
Okay.
Here we go.
Aides in Haiti to send families home. Airlift of 220 begins today to flee hurricane.
Thank you. Okay, so after 1963, please.
Okay. May 8th, 1963. The United States ordered today that dependents of its personnel in Haiti leave that country as Hurricane Flora bears down. It also offered to assist in the evacuation of other U.S. citizens from the island. Chartered Pan American World Airways planes will fly to Port-au-Prince, the Haitian capital, tomorrow to begin an airlift of the 220 dependents to the United States. About 1,100 other Americans also may participate. The United...
Listen to one thing, please. Can we take it from after Haitian capital, please? And just continue on from there, please.
Okay. Fly to Port-au-Prince, the Haitian capital, tomorrow to begin an airlift of the 220 dependents to the United States. About 1,100 other Americans also may participate. The United... Oh, God damn it.
Have to participate, please.
Americans also may participate. The State Department announced the plans for the evacuation of dependents after receiving advance warning from the Luneta orbital station. I ran through the corridors, skidding around corners, and all I could think was, please, please. On the other end of the line, a young woman in orbit on Luneta answered, Operator? Was this the spy who had been listening to us? I was still standing, pressed against the surface of the table. My voice did not shake. Earth? Kansas, long distance, please. Surely. In my ear, the sound changed subtly, as if my voice were falling down the gravity well of Earth. My throat hurt with the effort of not screaming. A different woman said, Long distance. Operator, I'd like to place a call to Topeka, Maine 15250. There was a pause as my voice transmitted across space to her, and I knew the delay was not her fault. Surely. I waited for the connection to Kenneth's office in Topeka. They would know what was happening. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Sorry, I have to take this real quick.
Okay. Sorry about the really terrible mid-scene cliffhanger there. Andrew's dealing with a car maintenance issue, so he has to go take care of that for the moment. Let's go see if there are any questions that I can answer for you. see. I think I have. What is the layout of the Moon Library like in this timeline? Is it just a lot of books, or do they have a reference librarian or another person staffing it? So it's against the outer wall of the colony, which means that it's a big curve, so long arches, long curving arcs. It's one of the places that was actually purpose-built. They built it specifically to be a library. When they send the books up, they do have numbers on them, like a librarian is making the selection and sending them up, so they do have Dewey Decimal at this point on them. There is a reference librarian, or there's not a librarian position yet. What they have is someone who was in comms and did library science on Earth and has very strong feelings. But basically, the way it happens is that you check out the book. It's all honor system. You check out the book, you make the card, you leave the thing that I've taken the book, and then when you finish, you put it on a return cart, and only people who have been cleared will then put the books back on the shelf, because it was a chaotic mess, because it turns out that fighter pilots cannot actually be trusted to file things back where they need to go.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yep. After they would know what was happening, please.
Okay.
They would know what was happening.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but the line is busy. There were 4 lines going into his office. His staff would be slammed with calls going in and out. I bowed my head. Would you please?
We had a little dropout. Let's see here. Can we get there 4 lines going into his office, please? Here we go. Oh, here we go.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but the line is busy.
There were 4 lines going into his office. His staff would be slammed with phone calls going in and out.
Sorry, I got that. I was just going to punch out and then punch back in.
Okay.
Sorry. Here we go. Would you please? Here we go.
I bowed my head.
Would you please do an emergency breakthrough? I'm sorry, ma'am. This is the office of the governor, and it would be best. And also the pause. Yep.
Yeah.
I'll do it again.
Okay. Is this the first pause we need, or did we miss one?
It's the first one.
I feel like Great. Oh, Earth, Kansas, long distance, please. Shirley, that's okay, right? Because she was talking to Lynetta, and so the delay is different.
I mean, actually, it's probably the same, but I don't think it's...
Okay. After emergency breakthrough, please.
It should probably
helps
actually
if I
be
play
the same.
back for you.
Yeah, it really does. It actually probably should be the same, because Luneta is only 250 miles closer to the moon than Topeka.
Oh, okay. So I should maybe do that.
Yeah.
1 sec. Here's the first Shirley. That's, yeah, yep. 2.6. Let's make sure I don't, Okay. Okay, got it.
Okay.
Emergency breakthrough. Here we go.
Okay.
True.
I'm sorry, ma'am. This is the office of the governor, and it would be best if you tried to... I am the governor's wife. He was just shot. I am calling from the moon. I was so good. I was not screaming, but every one of my words.
I was not screaming, please.
Mm-hmm.
I was so good.
I was not screaming, but every one of my words was frozen in ice. Please initiate an emergency breakthrough from Nicole Wargan. Please. That pause. I know why it's there, but the waiting would kill me. Surely. It occurred to me in a strange, calm, rational place in my brain that I might be about to get bad news and it would be better if I was sitting down. I slid the chair back and sank into it. Need to set up a press conference. See if you can get George. My husband's chief of staff always sounds calm, and hearing Medgar Davis going about his business gave me a gap to breathe in. Emergency breakthrough. This is the operator. I have Nicole Wargan on the line from the moon. Mr. Davis gasped. Scott, get off the phone. Whoever he was talking to hung up without hesitating. Mrs. Wargan, I'm sorry, I didn't think you would have heard yet. I was waiting until I had more details to call. It was on the radio? All I know is that shots were fired at the Capitol at the governor. I asked the one question I needed to know. Is he alive? Silence. Waiting. Mr. Davis drew in a long breath that took all of the air out of the room. I don't know. How can you not know? I hunched over the table. Don't yell at the staff. Don't yell. I wasn't there. I'm sorry. This is why I waited to call you, because I'm still trying to find out exactly what happened. What I know at this time is that the governor was shot twice. His voice faltered. And in my years of knowing the man, it is the only time I have heard even a gap in demeanor. But he's known me for just as long, and he did not coddle me. Reports say that one of the times was in the head. I could not draw air and bent tighter, pressing my head against the table. The door to the phone booth snapped open. I couldn't straighten. Eugene crouched beside me, breathing hard, and wrapped his arms around my back. I fought the constriction in my ribs. He had bodyguards. How did this happen? I don't know. We're trying to find that out now. I wanted to scream at him that he had been setting up a press conference and he didn't even know how my husband had been shot. He didn't know if he was alive. I said none of those things because I knew they had their own set of contingency plans for what.
After alive.
Okay.
He didn't know if he was alive?
I said none of those things because I knew they had their own set of contingency plans for worst-case scenarios. As did I. You do not get to be a politician without receiving death threats. You did not get to watch your husband decide to run for president of the United States without knowing that assassination was a possibility. Medgar Davis was simply following directives that Kenneth would have left him, and I resented the hell out of him for it. There would be people he needed to call. He needed the line clear. What? My throat clenched and I had to swallow to speak. What hospital? Washington Memorial. His voice faltered again, and that was almost worst. I am so sorry you found out from the radio. Call me the moment you know anything. I don't care how small. I hung up the phone and sat in the darkness of my arms. Eugene squeezed my shoulders and laid his forehead on my back. I rolled my head to the side. He's been shot. In the head, reportedly. I clung to that reportedly because that meant it was in doubt. Oh, God. His hands tightened. I pushed myself up out of his kindness and lifted the phone. My hand was shaking so badly I could barely grip the receiver. I wiped my face on my sleeve. I asked about a radio. Can you check on that for me? He hesitated. I'm not sure if he thought the radio or leaving me alone was a bad idea, but he nodded and stood up.
What else do you need?
I had to clear my throat. There's a folder in my quarters in East Bay. Can you bring it to me? I could feel his reluctance rolling off of him in waves, but I didn't wait to see Eugene go. I trusted him to trust me about what I needed. On the phone, another young woman on Luneta, who might be a spy, answered, Operator? Earth, Kansas long distance, please? Surely. The sound changed as I stared at the wall opposite, with my feet tucked under beneath.
There's a couple things. So you want to?
Yep.
You want to continue? Okay. So. On the line. You said Scott, get off the phone. It's Scott, get off the line.
Okay.
I don't know what page it is. Hold on.
It is 233. Excuse me, 331, top of the page. Yep.
See it. Yep. All right, you ready?
Mm-hmm. Mr. Davis gasped.
Scott, get off the line.
Thank you. Okay. And then he didn't even know if he was alive. It's further down the page near the bottom. Said he didn't know.
Okay.
Wait a minute. He didn't even know. Yeah. I wanted to scream at him that he'd been setting up a press conference and he didn't know.
Okay.
He said you added the even from below it.
I got it.
Yep. Here we go. And he didn't know.
Can I hear the original read?
Yes.
Thank you.
Play a little bit more of it.
I wanted to scream at him that he had been setting up a press conference and he didn't even know how my husband had been shot.
Okay.
That he had been setting up a press conference
and he didn't know how my husband had been shot.
Great. Thank you. Okay. There's one more. You did not watch your husband decide. Let's see. You said you did not get to watch.
Okay. Yep, I grabbed it from above.
We didn't take it through. You did not through the United States, please.
Okay.
Here we go.
Without receiving death threats.
You did not watch your husband decide to run for President of the United States without knowing that assassination was a possibility.
Okay, one sec. Great. That's it. Going back to where we stopped. Thank you. The sound changed. I stared at the wall opposite, right after opposite, please. Here we go.
As I stared at the wall opposite,
with my feet tucked beneath the chair, a different woman said, Long distance. Operator, I'd like to place a call to Kansas City, Elmwood.
After city?
I'd like to place a call to Kansas City,
Elmwood 80403. Surely. Again, the air changed with the handoff, and a different woman answered, Washington Memorial Hospital, how may I direct your call? I wanted to ask her where my husband was, but a switchboard operator would have no idea. I'm calling for one of your patients. Nathaniel York, please. Surely. A moment later, the phone rang and rang and rang. I'd almost given up hope. Nathaniel York speaking. It's Nicole. I charged ahead, knowing that my voice was shaking, knowing that he would think the worst about Nicole, about Elma.
Charged.
Speaking. It's Nicole.
I charged ahead, knowing that my voice was shaking, knowing that he would think the worst about Elma. Kenneth has been shot. I don't know any details, and I hate to ask, but I don't know who else. Who else would understand what it means to be hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from your love? He's at Washington Memorial, too. I'm sorry. I know you're... Could you...
Yes, I'm going right now.
Thank you. I just don't want him to be alone. And that was when I broke. Do you want to put the pause
One
in
sec.
that I skipped?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. That was when I broke.
Yep. I need playback if you want me to say anything.
Yes, 1 second.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, sorry, after broke.
It's okay.
And that was when I broke.
Light footsteps ran down the hall, and Helen skidded to a stop in front of the phone booth. I became aware that I didn't hear any other voices down the hall as she yanked the door open. Her hair stuck up at angles, and her cheeks were flushed from running. I opened my mouth, and words would not come. Eugene sent me. I know. You don't have to say anything. She sat next to me and took my hand. Do you want silence or distraction? I wanted to go home. Distraction. She compressed.
She compressed.
Distraction.
She compressed her lips, nodding. My uncle is a classical singer, a tenor. He introduced me to You Can't Raise a Goldfish in a Wineglass, which is actually a drinking song, but he sang it as if it were opera. When I was very little, he used to sing me to sleep when he visited, and I had a favorite song, 18 Touches, that I would always ask for. I found out later it was about touching a courtesan, but he had changed the lyrics to be a game about my toys. I found this out by singing it on the school playground. No. I pasted a smile on and faced Helen as if I were listening to her. The rest of my body gravitated toward the mass con of the silent telephone. My teacher recognized the melody and spoke to my parents, quite upset, to which my father said, Why did you recognize the song? That seemed to require a laugh. I did. I asked for a radio. Do you know, they are working on it, but have to find an extension cord to reach into here, I think. Helen bit her lower lip, then squeezed my hand. Let someone else listen to the radio. I shook my head. I'm not there. She looked down and her jaw worked for a moment. So, my uncle sang with a wonderful orchestra at a dinner club, and we would get dressed up to... Did you talk to Paolo? Nicole, you don't have to... If I don't do something useful, I'm going to come apart. My entire body was shaking with the urge to work the problem, and it was not a problem I could work. "Did you talk to Paolo?" She nodded with her whole neck, biting her lips again. She looked so sad for me that I wanted to yank my hand away and scream obscenities at her. "Yes, I did. We were playing chess when Eugene found me, in fact." Helen shifted in her chair to be closer to me. When Eugene announced that Faustino was missing, Paolo became quite distressed. I brought my attention around to focus.
Let me check out one thing, please.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. After distressed, please.
Okay.
Paolo became quite distressed.
I brought my attention around to focus on her.
Paolo became quite distressed.
I brought my attention around to focus on her. Sorry, I just lost my place on the page.
Okay.
Paolo became quite distressed.
I brought my attention around to focus on her and hung on like a lifeline.
One more time, this will drop out that time, sorry.
Okay.
Paolo became quite distressed.
I brought my attention around to focus on her and hung on like a lifeline. Did he know where Faustino had gone? He would not say, but I think he knows. I talked to Reuben. I nodded, pulling my hand free as gently as I could and straightened in my chair. When Eugene made the announcement, I asked casually if he had any ideas, and he did the sort of flat denial that is an admission. What about the spacesuit? Sorry, I just didn't like my read on the what about the spacesuit.
Okay. One thing. Okay. Here we go.
Denial that is an admission.
What about the spacesuit? According to Paolo, that was a different thing, although I am not convinced. He said Faustino had offered to take someone's shift because his girlfriend had gotten sick, and he was afraid he was a carrier and would infect the suit. She shook her head. I did not get a chance to follow up there, because Eugene had found her and told her Kenneth had been shot. That would be easy enough to find out. I rubbed my forehead. If I couldn't hear the fans, then I would swear they were off. The air in the booth was so tight and still. We can also check against the duty roster in Frisch's office. Myrtle shouldered the booth door open, carrying a CPK bag in one hand. She dropped it on the table and bent to grab me. "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry."
We can also check against the duty rosters, plural.
Thank you.
Let's just take it from there.
Okay.
It was so tight and still.
We can also check against the duty rosters in Frisch's office. Myrtle shouldered the booth door open, carrying a CPK bag in one hand. She dropped it on the table and bent to grab me. "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry." I buried my face in her neck where she smelled of lilac talc. "There hasn't been any more news?" It was a question as much as a statement. "Eugene is following with the radio." Helen said, "I thought one of us could set up in another booth to listen." "Let her listen." Myrtle pulled back and gave Helen a fierce look. "When Eugene was overseas during the war, people always wanted to keep the papers and radios from me. Not knowing is worse." "Thank you." I'm not sure I was audible. She squeezed my shoulder. "What do you need?" "Will you?" There's an airplane.
Okay.
I don't think it's coming over.
Okay. Back to what do you need?
What do you need?
Will you pray for him? I thought you didn't. Of course, honey. I've been doing that since I heard. I don't. I answered the question that she had cut off. I didn't believe in God. But Kenneth does. Not knowing is the worst. Myrtle was right. The radio did nothing to help with that. It sat in the corner with no news, no matter which of our 5 stations Eugene turned the dial to. Waiting is the worst. I had to sit on my hands to keep from calling Kenneth's office again. The cast put unyielding pressure against my left thigh. How could they not know something by now? But when I looked at my watch, only 45 minutes had passed since I'd talked to Nathaniel. Being powerless is the worst. I stared at the file folder Eugene had brought me. I need a pen, please. Eugene looked around from the radio. What I love best about him is that he didn't tell me things could wait. He straightened and dug in his arm pocket to pull out a pen. My hands were still shaking, and I fumbled the pen when he handed it to me. It fell in slow motion, bouncing off the table and spinning to the floor. Bending, Myrtle scooped the pen off the floor and put it on the folder.
Bending. Myrtle, after bending, please.
Bending.
Myrtle scooped the pen off the floor and put it on the folder. She turned to the CPK bag and opened it. You should eat. I'm not hungry. I know. She set a tube of something in front of me. But you need to keep your strength up. I'm not hungry. Honey, I'm not going to fight you on anything else, but you need to eat some... I snatched the tube and stood, throwing it across the tiny room. I'm not hungry! My food tipped and fell behind me. The tube smacked against the wall, rebounding toward the ceiling. Myrtle snatched it out of the air. The shaking had gone from my hands through my entire body. God damn it, I don't want to eat anything. He went to the Capitol...
God damn it.
Hands through my entire body.
God damn it, I don't want to eat anything. He went to the Capitol because I asked him to. I will not feel better if I eat something. I will feel better when the goddamn phone rings and they fucking tell me something. My words consumed the remaining oxygen in the room. I wanted to keep screaming. If I ate, then I was going to need to go to the bathroom, and then I would be out of the room when they called. I would be out of the room when Kenneth needed me. None of my friends looked shocked or angry or hurt by my outburst. They just looked sad for me. That was the worst. Myrtle bent.
Myrtle bent.
That was the worst.
Myrtle bent down and picked the chair up, setting it back on its feet. She put the tube in the middle of the folder. I'm not going to play fair, and I'm not going to apologize. She rested her hand next to the tube and looked at it. You're going to eat that because Kenneth would want you to. You have no idea. I'm supposed to tell you food is fuel. She looked at me, and her eyes were glittering with tears. He didn't say why, but I'm a smart woman. So you're going to sit down and you're going to eat that. I'll accept half the tube, but nothing less. I hated her. I hated him. I sat and ate the goddamned tube. I have no idea what it was. I did not feel better.
Let me stop you for a second so we can go back and hit a couple things.
Yep.
My chair tipped and fell behind me.
Yep.
Just that phrase.
Okay.
Any room. I'm not hungry!
My chair tipped and fell behind me.
Thank you. Anything? Let's see here. I don't want anything to eat. I think you said it just a different order. anything.
Got it.
So I just need, God damn it, the other way around.
Okay.
Hands through my entire body.
God damn it, I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat anything to eat. Anything to eat. Anything to eat.
Hands through my entire body.
God damn it, I don't want to. Ah!
Hands through my entire body.
God damn it, I don't want anything to eat.
Thank you. And then just a little dropout a little further on. If I ate through Kenneth Needed Me, I'm afraid. I can probably take some of that, but there's just a dropout.
Okay.
Do you want to hear it?
No, that's okay. If I have to do the entire phrase.
I wanted to keep screaming.
If I ate, then I was going to need to go to the bathroom, and then I would be out of the room when they called.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
None of my friends looked shocked.
Okay. Just switching up a little time here. Okay. Picking it up after the break, please.
Okay.
After I did not feel better.
I did not feel better.
I pushed the half-empty tube across the table. The rest of it sat in a congealed lump in my stomach. Did you find anything out from maintenance about the thruster? Eugene jerked in his seat by the radio, lifting his head. For a moment I thought he'd fallen asleep, but then I saw his clasped hands.
I'm going to double check one of the fixes we just did. Maybe the text could be late, but
Through.
they just sent a text about what we were just working on. I think we fixed it.
No, that came late. That was already there.
Okay, great. After lifting his head, please.
Seat by the radio, lifting his head.
For a moment I thought he'd fallen asleep, but then I saw his clasped hands and realized he'd been praying.
No. They're still doing cleanup because the propellant we vented is corrosive enough that they don't.
After no, here we go.
No.
They're still doing cleanup because the propellant we vented is corrosive enough that they don't want to be out on it in suits when the sun is up.
People think of the moon as a cold and forbidding place. During the 2-week day, the surface can get to 127 degrees Celsius.
He grimaced. Plus, they're down workers because of the quarantine.
The sun sets.
The sun, here we go.
Down workers because of the quarantine.
The sun sets on the 16th? Everything would have been exposed to a full day of sun by then and cooked off. What are they doing about Halim's Landing?
We're having him set down on the south at.
What happened? Here we go.
What are they doing about Halim's Landing?
We're having him set down at the South Pole and then take a busy...
The phone rang.
One more time. That sounded like we're hatting.
Okay.
What are they doing about Halim's Landing?
We're having him set down at the South Pole and then take a busy...
The phone rang. All of us flinched at the clattering bell. I lunged for the receiver and pulled it to my ear. Myrtle moved to stand behind me and put her hand on my shoulder. Eugene turned the radio down, but not off. "This is Nicole Worgan." My voice was steady and smooth with all the polish of a Swiss finishing school. In the time it took for my voice to reach the earth, I could hear the background. I could hear the hubbub of a hospital, a siren outside the building, voices clamoring for attention. "Nicole." In Nathaniel's
Nicole.
In Nathaniel York's voice, in the 2 syllables of my name, I knew. I'm so sorry. Part 3. Mrs. Wargan displays a stoic dignity and passion throughout public grief, by Anthony Lewis, special to the National Times. Kansas City, May 11th, 1963. Mrs. Kenneth T. Wargan went bravely through her final hour of public grief today. She gave an eloquent and impassioned eulogy via a telelink from the lunar colony. Mrs. Wargan is on the moon, trapped with some 300 other lunar citizens, unable to attend.
After citizens. After... Yep, here we go.
Okay. 300 other lunar citizens
unable to attend Governor Wargan's funeral after he was assassinated 3 days ago on the steps of the United States Capitol. It had been thought that the cause for the cessation of traffic to and from the moon was related to a polio outbreak, but Mrs. Wargan spoke of sabotage and a plot by members of Earth First. The governor's office has confirmed that he was en route to the Capitol with information related to this when the shooting occurred. Nonetheless, it was the first time that many had heard of the alleged reason that her husband's life was taken. She spoke from a teleconference room on the moon, projected in the Topeka First United Methodist Church on a screen 6 meters high, behind the casket holding the body of her husband. She wore a simple black sheath, belted at the waist, with 3/4 sleeves that made a stark contrast to the cast upon her left arm. A single strand of jet beads hung about her neck, barely drooping in the weak lunar gravity. Mrs. Wargan said, "My husband was a man who loved the opera and played poker and had a weakness for kittens. He was a fighter for human rights and dignity. He believed passionately in establishing a toehold for humanity in space, even though he had a heart condition that would prevent him from leaving the planet. He believed in fighting for the future of the people he served, and for that last reason he was murdered." Her voice faltered here, in one of only 2 times that her composure broke. It was a vision that few who watched would ever forget. With the camera trained on her face, filling the enormous screen, Mrs. Wargan turned...
Mrs. Wargan. There you go.
On her face, filling the enormous screen, Mrs. Wargan pressed her hand to her mouth and turned suddenly to Major Eugene Lindholm, the acting administrator of Artemis Base, who was a step or 2 away. Her blue eyes filled, and for an instant her face looked like that of a widow burdened with sorrow instead of a governor's wife. Major Lindholm pressed his hand to her shoulder. She drew a breath and stood erect for the camera. Stood erect again.
She drew a breath.
Lindholm pressed his hand to her shoulder. Sorry, I just lost my...
Yeah,
that is farther back than I thought it was.
Yeah. She drew a breath and stood erect again. We just need to do it from she drew a breath, please.
Okay.
Here we go.
Lindholm pressed his hand to her shoulder. She drew a breath and stood erect again for the camera, appearing on the screen over the body of her husband, tears glittering on her cheeks. Kenneth was first and foremost a politician in the purest sense of the word. He lived to serve the people. He died to serve the people. I ask you to not let his death be in vain. Find the cowards who killed my husband to stop him from exposing...
Find the cowards, please.
Okay.
Wait a minute. After vain, yep.
Not let his death be in vain.
Find the cowards who killed my husband to stop him from exposing their sabotage on the moon and on Earth. Find the people who have left me here, trapped on the moon and unable to be at his side at the end. Find those who would trap humanity on Earth out of fear. My husband sent me to the moon because there were opportunities.
My husband, here we go.
Humanity on Earth out of fear.
My husband sent me to the moon because there were opportunities for the progress of humanity. He would not say that we should or will abandon the earth willingly, but that space would give us the tools and the goals, and most of all, the hope for a future in which we can exercise the best of our potential as individuals. After speaking, she remained watching the powers of church and state bid him farewell via a camera directed at the church. Few could witness that living portrait of stoic grief and remain unmoved. I am fortunate in that I can often delay my reactions to intense events. It is useful when you are in a plane that is going down. It is useful when you have been blindsided in a political conversation. It is useful when your husband has been killed. The television cameras turned off, and I covered my face with my hands. The veneer of resolve that I had pulled around me was cracking, and I could not let it yet. Eugene's hand rested against my back again, and he tried to pull me into a hug. I straightened, drawing in a breath, and stepped away. I'm all right. Eugene glanced at Myrtle, who watched us from a safe space behind the cameras. Helen stood in the shadows there, arms wrapped around her core. Her lips were tight, and the tear tracks on her face nearly undid me again. I looked down, straightening the clothes of my hastily dyed dress, straightening the sleeves.
Let's go back and get a couple things. There's two dropouts. Let me just find them real quick.
Okay.
There's just a noise there. It's useful when you're in a plane that is going down. Just that phrase, please.
Okay.
To intense events.
It is useful when you are in a plane that is going down.
Great. And then there was a little dropout here. The veneer through I could not let it yet, please.
Got it.
Covered my face with my hands.
The veneer of resolve that I had pulled around me was cracking, and I could not let it yet.
Thank you. Watched from Eugene glanced at Myrtle, who had watched from a safe space.
Thank you.
And maybe we just no. Let's just punch that phrase, please. Here we go.
Okay.
And stepped away. I'm all right.
Eugene glanced at Myrtle, who had watched from a safe space behind the cameras. Helen stood in the shadows there, arms wrapped. Okay.
Nearly undid me again. After undid me again, please.
Okay.
Her face nearly undid me again.
Sorry, one moment. Okay.
Her face nearly undid me again.
I looked down, straightening the sleeves of my hastily dyed dress. There were no mourning clothes on the moon, but Myrtle used to work for a company that dyed hair. She went to someone in the chemistry department and handed them a formula. Helen used to be a computer and remembered that someone in the pool used to be a seamstress. One of the artists in my gallery had strung the necklace from pieces of lunar breccia, rocks pulverized and melted together by meteors. For this one day on the moon, I looked like Mrs. Kenneth T. Worgan. My cheeks were wet, and I smeared the moisture away with a hasty swipe of my palm. Do you have my folder? Maybe you should take a break. Myrtle pulled it out from under her arm. I shook my head. Opening the folder, I looked for the next thing to do. I am an astronaut, and I am a politician's wife. A politician's widow. We had made contingency plans. All of the business of death written out on pages inside so I would not have to think. The first page had a list of names and phone numbers, relatives, funeral parlor.
Funeral.
Numbers, relatives.
Funeral parlor. Lawyers. all with a check mark next to them. The cats were staying with Nathaniel. The movers had emptied our things from the governor's mansion. I turned the pages, moving down the order of operations for grieving. I put a check next to funeral. Interment was next, but they would drive him to Wichita, where he would be laid to rest in the family plot. The process of letting me see the burial in that remote cemetery could have been done, but I had felt selfish about adding a layer of complexity to a day that would already be difficult for his terrestrial family. And after that, there was nothing. I stared at the empty page. If I were home. And home was where, exactly? I swallowed the rock in my gut. If I were on Earth, there would have been things I could have done.
After Earth, please. Here we go.
If I were on Earth,
there would have been things I could have done, but from here, everything associated with the business of death was finished. There were people on Earth who had handled everything in my absence. I had made phone calls and decisions and delegated, but my presence was not required. And now? I closed the folder. The fans of the room buzzed around me. Gray snow flurried at the edges of my vision, and God damn it, I knew what that was. I did not have time to faint. I stared at the cables of the television camera, trying to breathe the dizziness away. On the floor, the cables.
On the floor, here we go.
Breathe the dizziness away.
On the floor, the cables curled like snakes. Where they weren't taped down, they writhed in the air current without enough weight to overcome the coil of the wire. The snow receded, and the fans quieted to a hiss. I looked up at the young man who had run the cameras. Thank you. He had a name. I had met him before, but in that moment he was just another young white man from engineering. I walked to him and pressed his hand with the illusion of sincerity. Thank you so much for your kindness today. His eyes were damp. Ma'am, I'm so... Thank you. If he told me he was sorry for my loss, I might scream at him. You do not scream at the staff. Would you mind giving me a moment to... I let my voice trail away. He ducked his head and backed out of the room, leaving me alone with Myrtle, Eugene, and Helen. Looking at the door he had closed behind him, I said, "What has been happening with Icarus?" Beside me, Myrtle stiffened. She would not approve, and I knew all of her reasons for thinking I should stop and rest, so I faced Eugene instead. His face was fixed and impassive. For a moment his eyes cut to Myrtle, and I could imagine her mouthing instructions behind me. Eugene twisted his head to the side. Nicole, they killed my husband. Don't you dare finish that sentence with anything else but a plan to brief me on what I've missed. I gripped the folder in both hands, the cast scraping against the paper with a hiss. What did you learn about the controls of the lunar shuttle we came in on? His fists tightened, and he looked at the floor. Pursing his lips, Eugene shook his head as if losing some silent conversation. Then he straightened his shoulders and faced me.
Not conclusive. The thruster itself is fine. The hand controller had debris in it, which could have...
After debris in it.
Okay.
The hand controller had debris in it, which could have caused the intermittent failure. However, it was not actually impeding anything when they opened the controller. It could have moved on impact, which is why I didn't have problems, or it could have been generated by impact.
Faustino? Behind me, Myrtle said, "Why don't we have this conversation in the cafeteria?" I frowned. It's not open. She and Helen exchanged glances. Helen cleared her throat. It reopened this morning. Halim landed with the vaccines on Thursday, so we were able to lift quarantine. Oh. Right. I had been told he had landed.
I've been told. Here we go.
Right.
I had been told he had landed. It just hadn't stuck. I had spent the past 3 days locked in the admin mod.
I'd spent.
It just hadn't stuck.
I had spent the past 3 days locked in the admin mod, making calls or sleeping under a blanket of Milltown. The cafeteria would be...
Cafeteria, here we go.
Sleeping under a blanket of Milltown.
The cafeteria would be full of well-meaning people who would want to console me. It's not secure.
No, but given what you just broadcast, I'm not certain that...
No, here we go. I'm not certain. Here we go.
No, but given what you just broadcast, I'm not certain that security is a concern.
Myrtle walked to the door. And lunch would be good for all of us. I'm not hungry. Myrtle stopped at the door, bowing her head.
Kenneth would want you to eat.
Kenneth doesn't want me to eat. Kenneth is not looking down on me from heaven and worrying. Kenneth is dead. I was away from him for 3 months at a time. I only got to hear his voice once a week when I was on the moon. I should not feel his absence with every breath I drew. And sometimes I didn't. For a moment, while engaged with something else, he still existed in the world. He was still on Earth in his office, working or playing with his kitten or talking to a constituent or going to the opera. I bawled my...
Here we go.
Constituent or going to the opera.
I balled my hands into fists, fighting the grief and rage that filled my throat. What? What is the status of Faustino?
You're allowed to take time to grieve. This is how I grieve!
My voice tore my throat. The people who killed him are out there planning who knows what, and you want me to take a nap? Have a little snack? Rend my garments and weep? Helen stepped out of the shadows. Yes, that is what we want. We have been working, and I promise you that we will keep working until we find these people and stop them. I had to remind myself that they were grieving too. Kenneth had been good friends with all of these people. We had lost Terrazas. I bit my lip and looked down at the folder, riffling the useless pages. I'll tell you that you get 2 choices with me. You can have me reasonably functional and busy, or you can have me stop. Completely.
You don't know that.
Oh, I do. The months of numb despair after that final miscarriage rose and tied the grief of losing Evelyn Marie to the loss of my husband. Would it have been easier if she had lived? My eyes burned again, and I wiped at them with the back of my hand. I will eat. Not enough to make any of you happy, but I will eat. Food is fuel.
After fuel.
Food is fuel.
I had a job to do, and I knew the consequences of not eating. I knew the path I was on. But knowing and stepping off the path are 2 different things. Nicole, I'm assuming from the way you are refusing to answer the question that Faustino is dead. Eugene took a step toward me.
Yes.
He flexed his hand, which had scabs on the knuckle. I wasn't sure if those were new or from Wednesday. Had I let 4 days slip by since we learned about Terrazas? Are you going to tell me how?
According to Reuben, he went skiing.
Skiing? I was missing something. We're on the moon.
Faustino had been up here before.
Knuckles. You said knuckle.
Thank you.
He flexed his hand, which had scabs.
Okay.
Here we go.
Stepped toward me. Yes.
He flexed his hand, which had scabs on the knuckles.
Thank you. Picking it up.
Okay.
We're on the moon. Here we go.
Okay.
After we're on the moon.
We're on the moon.
Faustino had been up before. There are places where the regolith is powder. Wood skis, obviously, would be destroyed, but one of Reuben's friends has a PhD in materials science.
But why not? Here we go.
Skis, obviously, would be destroyed, but one of Reuben's friends has a PhD in materials science and was able to craft skis out of a packing crate. Several of them snuck out to do this.
The levels of rage and incredulity that boiled beneath the surface of my skin could have cooked veal. Are you fucking kidding me? Eugene's smile was grim.
That was what I said. Reuben defended it by telling me that they were not using any new materials. I explained that this was not the point.
These children had no understanding of how dangerous the moon was. The colonists flew up here and lived in a dome that had a goddamned rec area, and we let them come undertrained because that was the only economical way for the IAC to scale increasing the population on the moon. And they knew he'd gone out and said nothing?
Reuben did not, or at least not this time. He was down with polio and afterward thought Faustino was just in a different module until we made the announcement and he started to wonder.
Eugene ran his hand over his hair.
We found Faustino where they said he'd gone. Walking distance. He'd fallen on his pliss and had a hiss out.
I shuddered. The personal life support systems were less bulky than they had been when we'd started coming to the moon, but still a cumbersome.
Still. We're less bulky, please.
Okay.
Life support systems.
Were less bulky than they had been when we'd started coming to the moon, but still a cumbersome backpack. You had to lean forward to balance the mass. Any time you fall, there's a worry that this will be the time you split a seam on your suit or pop a hose in the pliss and all your air would hiss out. It's a fast way to die, but not instant. Faustino would have had time to know what was happening. Shit. Have you told people?
While you were asleep.
He cleared his throat.
Myrtle. She had them. There he goes, making me the villain.
She crossed her arms, giving him a mock glare, and turned back to me.
I had them turn the loud turn off.
I had them.
Glare and turned back to me.
I had them turn off the loudspeaker in your compartment. You can be mad at me all you want, but it was the first time you'd slept.
Eugene cut back in before I could object.
To get ahead of your questions, there was no busy bee at the site. We still don't know where it is.
It wasn't possible to walk on the moon and not leave a trail. There was no wind or weather to obscure your tracks. Things could be hard to see during noon days when the shadows were straight down, or during the 2-week night.
Or during? Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Things can be hard to see, please.
Okay.
Or weather to obscure your tracks.
Things could be hard to see during noon days when the shadows were straight down, or during the 2-week night. But even with that, the tracks to an airlock would be clear. Have you looked for tracks out? Eugene nodded.
We've checked all of the airlocks. There are no tracks walking away except for Faustino's. No one else is missing. We think it had to be taken by either Kurt or Birgit, with Kurt being the most likely. To be on the safe side, I've confined both of them and have them under observation at all times.
Eugene walked all the way up to me and put his hands on my shoulders.
I will brief you on all of this. I promise. I'll even give you the choice of your quarters or the cafeteria. But I need you to walk out of this room. Wait, Hold that objection. You need to be busy. You need a purpose. I understand that. Right now, I have a base.
Right now?
Purpose. I understand that. Right now, I have a base full of people who are grieving and terrified. I need you to set an example. That was what Kenneth would want me to do. God damn it, Eugene Lindholm, you do not pay...
God damn it.
What Kenneth would want me to do. God damn it, Eugene Lindholm, you do not play fair. No. He smiled, even though tears were building in his eyes. No, I do not.
Can we get that line of dialogue one more time? There's a dropout. God damn it, please.
Okay. What Kenneth would want me to do. God damn it, Eugene Lindholm. You do not play fair.
Thank you.
Anything else?
So...
Call it a day?
No, because, I mean, it's up to you. How are you feeling?
Either way. You can go long?
So I can go long because the car will not be ready today, and which means that we're just going to leave here at 4:30. So I have maybe up to another hour, not quite another hour, but if you want, up to you.
Yeah, I mean, getting more, because we are going to be tight on time on this sucker.
Yep.
I would like to use the restroom.
Yep, ditto.
Okay, so let's do a 5-minute breather.
Yep.
And then be back in.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right, see you in 5.
See you in 5.
60. Yeah, it was powerful. Swallowing. Okay, let's see here. 327. It's right. We're almost smack dab in the middle. Just 1, 2, 3, 4 lines below the target in the middle. Yeah, sure enough. Do you see it? Okay. The target. Okay.
Off and closed his eyes for a second.
Thank you. Looks like I pasted over the well, so let me get that back. There it is.
Yeah, it helps if I unmute for the listening audience. Andrew could hear me just fine.
It wasn't.
Well, we did that fix. It was silent, but we did it.
Yeah.
And
we're just going back and doing some fixes.
The next, there it is. So I can put fixed on that one. Fixed. I'll let someone else fix the formatting. Page 343, all of the business of death. They heard something. Let's look at it. All of this is death written on the. Okay, so 1715 is the region. There it is.
Tracks on her face nearly undid me again.
It's going to be near the end.
Astronaut, and I am a politician's wife. We had made contingency plans. All of the business of death written out on pages inside, so I would not have to.
On the pages, yeah. We looked out of to the bottom of page 343.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. Here we go.
Had made contingency plans.
All of the business of death written on the pages inside, so I would not have to think.
Written out.
Had made contingency plans.
All of the business. Okay.
Had made contingency plans.
All of the business of death written out on the pages inside, so I would not have to think.
Great. Thank you. I think that's it.
Okay.
Yep. And yeah, that's all we can do for now. So, moving on. Don't play fair. I do not. We're going to page 350.
Okay.
36.
Just so everyone knows, we are not out of the emotional ringer yet.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
You do not play fair. No. He smiled, even though tears were building in his eyes. No, I do not.
36. Earth Firster accused. Figure in an anti-space group is charged by Gladwin Hill. Special to the National Times. Kansas City, May 11th, 1963. Shane James.
Shane?
May 11th, 1963. Shane James. Oof, why did I make that name? May 11th, 1963. Shane James Cox, a 20-year-old auto mechanic who does charity work through the Catholic Church with Meteor refugees, was charged late last night with not assisting. He was assassinating. Those are very different things.
Was charged. Here we go.
The Catholic Church with Meteor refugees was charged late last night with assassinating Governor Worgen. Cox was arrested at 7:15 Friday evening, nearly 48 hours after the assassination of the governor in the White Cliff District, 5 kilometers from where the governor was shot. Chief of Police Alex Charlemagne...
Chief of Police.
Okay. Kilometers from where the governor was shot. Chief of Police Alex Charlemagne announced that Cox had been formally arraigned at 1:40 a.m. Central Time yesterday on a charge of murder in the governor's death. The arraignment was made before a justice of the peace. On a charge of murder in the governor's death. The arraignment was made before a justice of the peace in the Homicide Bureau at police headquarters. Captain Dennis Poole, head of the Homicide Bureau, identified Cox as an adherent of the right-wing Earth First. This group is the same that Governor Worgen's widow accused in her eulogy at his funeral, lending credence to her allegations that they have been attempting to sabotage the space program. By the time we finished passing through the gauntlet of my peers, I had developed a set of rote responses that rolled easily out of my mouth. Thank you, that's very kind. Yes, he was the love of my life. And how are you holding up? This last one saved me because I could fall back on listening to them.
This last one? Oh, I could fall back.
This last one saved me because
I could fall back on listening to them talk about polio or Faustino with a concerned expression that I'd honed over decades at Kenneth's side. I had learned the trick of nodding at the right places and tilting my head in response to a change in their tone that worked even when I had stopped being able to understand them. I don't know if the fact that they seemed to feel better was depressing or heartening. I dropped into a chair in the conference room that Eugene led me to. There's a plane.
Thank you. There you go. I dropped into a chair when you're ready.
Okay.
Still hear it?
I think it's clear.
Okay. Here we go.
depressing or heartening.
Oh, hold on. I heard it before that.
Okay.
So let's take it from, oh yeah, there it is.
Oh, yeah.
Rat Bastard Airplane.
Yeah, I know. So, folks, one of the fascinating things about audiobooks is that you have to have it a lot quieter than you do for pretty much any other recording, like music, whatever. But because it is just the narrator's voice and it has to be just painfully quiet almost. Because anything, you hear it in the gaps between the words. There's nothing to mask it.
Indeed. After tone, please. Changing their tone.
Okay.
Here we go.
In response to a change in their tone
that worked even when I had stopped being able to understand them. I don't know if the fact that they seemed to feel better was depressing or heartening. I dropped into a chair in the conference room that Eugene led me to. It was tempting to rest my head on the smooth tan formica that covered the table, but I would never lift it again if I did. Myrtle set a sip pack of water in front of me. I glared at her, but I picked it up and drank because my mouth was so dry that it crackled. My head ached. I rubbed the space.
Rubbed.
My head ached.
I rubbed the space over my right eye and looked around the room. An upgrade from your office?
I wanted a map.
Eugene pulled out a chair for his wife, nodding to the lunar map on one wall, which was dotted with bright red thumbtacks.
My secretary suggested this.
Your secretary? I lowered my hand. Does that mean I'm fired?
No offense, but you're a terrible typist.
I held up my cast, as if I wouldn't have been terrible without it. No argument. Helen walked over to the map and drew a circle with her finger on Mare Imbrium around... okay.
Myrtle, here we go.
No argument.
Helen walked over to the map and drew a circle with her finger on Mare Imbrium around Artemis Base. We have been working with the assumption that the pilot of our missing Busy Bee must have walked back from wherever he left the ship. That means we have a 2-kilometer radius around the main colony as well as around each of the way stations. She pointed to each of the red thumbtacks that dotted the lunar landscape in a straight line between Artemis Base and the garden and the lava tube at Marius Hills. The way stations were essentially Busy Bees sans Busy Bee shells.
Way stations were essential. Let's go back and check one dropout, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I need the phrase. I don't know if the fact that they seemed to feel better was depressing or heartening.
Again.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
It happened. It was after the one we fixed, but
yep, it's just funny.
Yeah, it's been a little finicky today.
Yeah.
Finickier than usual, it feels like.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Stopped being able to understand them.
I don't know if the fact that they seemed to feel better was depressing or heartening.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where we were. After Marius Hills. Here we go.
The lava tube at Marius Hills.
Okay.
Sorry, jumped the gun.
Yeah, I had a meeting at 4:30, so I had texted them to let them know I wouldn't make it. So.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. That was a choice that I made, and do not be sorry for giving me an extra hour of recording.
All right. I will not. Here we go.
And the lava tube at Marius Hills.
Sorry, I thought I was at the right spot, and I was not. Hang on. Okay, now I'm ready.
Okay.
And the lava tube at Marius Hills.
The way stations were essentially Busy Bee shells sans engines and placed every 2 kilometers, which was the formal IAC walk-back range for an astronaut in a lunar spacesuit. But if he's carrying extra air, that range gets bigger. My head felt like I was at the bottom of a gravity well. If I didn't keep moving, I was going to sink through the chair and pass out. Myrtle opened a packet of crackers and slid it in front of me.
Right. Looking at the logbooks, I think the Busy Bee was actually taken on April 16th, 3 days after we landed.
I pushed the... Yep.
3 days after we landed.
I pushed the crackers out of my way and turned back to Helen. The room seemed to follow a little too slowly. How do we lose a Busy Bee for 3 weeks? Eugene leaned forward in his chair.
That is one of the things keeping Frisch on my list of people possibly involved. I still think Kurt is our man, but can't ignore the fact that Frisch's record-keeping about the Busy Bees was.
That Frisch's record-keeping, please?
Is our man, but can't ignore the fact that Frisch's record-keeping about the Busy Bees was incomplete. Inventories come in from each of the outposts and the hangar here. Procedurally, he should have assigned someone to track and oversee those. He did not.
You think it was deliberate or fuzzy brain from poison? As I thought about how to figure out which scenario we were facing, I let my eyes lower. The folder was on the table. For a moment, my ribs...
For a moment?
The folder was on the table.
For a moment, my ribs seemed to fold in and pinch my lungs. God damn it. Just 1 hour. I wanted to get through just
Just 1 hour.
I wanted to get through just an hour without being reminded. Why had I even brought that in here? I pressed my fist against my mouth. They were still talking, and all I could do was try to control my breathing. Clearing my throat, I kept my head bent until the tears passed. Are we missing other equipment? Myrtle nodded. Some are things like natural, some are natural. Some things are.
Some things?
Myrtle nodded.
Some things are natural attrition, like office supplies, tubing, or wire. I'm working with the secretarial department to do a full audit of the books. And the worrying thing so far, oxygen tanks, CO2 scrubbers, 2 missing radio units. I lifted my head so quickly the room swam with gray spots again. I blinked them away, keeping one hand on the table for stability. Remote control bomb. Eugene's eyebrows went up and his mouth dropped. That's where your mind goes first? Not listening post? Not that there are 2 people involved? Tubing, wire, fertilizer, acid. There was something else. Something had tickled at the back of my brain as they were talking, but focusing was slow. Signal it with a radio. Eugene wiped his hand down his face and stared at the ceiling. Swell. And here I thought we were getting things under control. The door opened and Halim Malouf bounded in with the grace of an Algerian film star. Like all the original astronauts, he was a compact man and seemingly chosen for his photogenic properties as much as his prowess as a test pilot. Even now, with his hair matted down and the impressions.
Even now, I think. Oh, no, and the impressions. Here we go.
Even now, with his hair matted down
and the impressions of a Snoopy cap on his forehead, he was handsome. It worked. I was able to wipe... Oh. He saw me and all the cheer bled out of his face. He crossed the room and knelt next to me, taking my right hand in both of his. I am so sorry about Kenneth. We were en route and they didn't tell us until we landed. My dear, if there is anything I can do, you must let me. Thank you, that's very kind. My eyes were burning again. Kenneth was a good man and deadly at poker. He will be sorely missed. Yes, he was the love of my life. I cannot imagine what you must be going through. Sorrow bent the lines of his face as he gazed at me. I don't mind being the center of attention, but I loathe being the object of pity. And how are you holding up? I pressed the hand with the cast to his shoulder. It sounded as if you had some good news. He hesitated, looking to Eugene for advice. Myrtle leaned back in her chair, watching me with all the judgment in the solar system. She doesn't want to rest. I figure we let her work until she passes out and then tie her down. I laughed and stuck my tongue out at her. Pulling my hand free of Halim's, I kept the smile firmly in place. No, but seriously, what worked? Because I would love some good news. Well, it is mixed news, really. He got to his feet, resting his hands on his hips. I tried a couple of different methods to mask my footsteps.
After footsteps, here we go.
Methods to mask my footsteps.
A controlled release from an emergency oxygen tank allowed me to obscure my trail, only for about 3 meters, but that was just a single tank. It let me get to the rim of a crater which I was able to use to mask my path. Mask my path. Path. No, both of them are ahs.
Let me get, here we go.
That was just a single tank.
It let me get to the rim of a crater, which I was able to use to mask my path. Helen stared at the map and grimaced. So really, the busy bee could be almost anywhere. Not if it's the bomb. Staring at the map, I shoved my chair back and stood. The room tipped sideways, graying. I staggered and reached for the table. My cast thunked against it, slipping off. Halim braced me as I got my balance again. The room narrowed in a tunnel as if I were pulling too many G's, and my heart thundered in my ears. I swallowed, squeezing his hand. I'm all right. Other people were standing. When had Myrtle and Eugene moved to be next to me? Halim guided me back down into the chair, and his face was tight with concern. Sorry. I shook my head. Sorry, I just caught my foot. I'm all right.
You are not all right.
Myrtle thrust the crackers at me. Food is fuel.
Food, here we go.
You are not all right.
Myrtle thrust the crackers at me. Food is fuel. Screw you! I pushed them away. She had no right to parrot words she didn't even understand. I tripped, that's all. She planted her hands on her hips, glaring at me. Everyone out! Eugene lifted his hands as if he were warding off a bomb blast and backed away from her. Helen, that traitor, turned and walked to the door. Only Halim hesitated. Is there any... Out. I know you're the chief astronaut, but out. Myrtle pointed to the door. I rolled my eyes. Myrtle, come on. I missed my balance because we're on the moon. You know this happens. The door shut behind Halim. She grabbed a chair and turned it so it was facing mine. Sitting down, she leaned forward with the crackers held in both hands. Do you know how much weight I had to lose to get in the astronaut corps? I blinked, memory pulling up Myrtle as I had met her originally, back when Elma was still trying to get any woman at all accepted into the astronaut corps. She had been a woman of curves, who had borne 3 sons and loved to cook and did not regret the extra padding. Now she was trim and athletic without any roundness to her cheeks except when she smiled, which she was very definitely not doing now.
40 pounds in 3 months. My body is designed for curves, and I'm sure as hell not shaped like Helen, who could eat an entire French bakery and still be built like a teenage boy. I fast the week before every pre-flight weigh-in.
Fast.
Bakery and still be built like a teenage boy. I fast the week before every pre-flight weigh-in and pray that I haven't screwed up.
She held the crackers out to me again.
You are not all right.
It's not about losing weight.
I don't care what it's about.
The crackers hung in her hands between us.
The last thing Eugene needs is for you to really collapse.
Last thing.
Crackers hung in her hands between us.
The last thing Eugene needs is for you to really collapse. Eat the goddamned crackers.
My eyes widened.
Language? Eat the goddamned motherfucking crackers, or so help me, I will get Anna Teresa and tell her to sedate you, tie you down, and stick an IV in your arm. I took the crackers.
I need to get one thing, sorry.
Okay.
Just want to listen
I love
to...
Myrtle so much.
Yeah, she's awesome. Elma was still trying to get any women at all.
Okay.
I think you said woman instead of women.
Okay.
Take a listen.
Back when Elma was still trying to get any woman at all.
Did you hear it?
Yep. Got it.
Okay.
Myrtle as I had met her originally.
Back when Elma was still trying to get any women at all accepted into the astronaut corps.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. After, sure, I took the crackers. Here we go.
Okay.
I took the crackers.
Sorry. I said okay, and then and then there was a little bit of noise downstairs.
No worries. Ready?
Nope, not quite.
Oh, there it is again.
Yep. I love that y'all call Myrtle and Eugene Space Mom and Space Dad. You're not wrong, but I love it. Okay.
I took the crackers.
Our compromise was that I ate the crackers and went to bed. I use the word compromise because Myrtle Lindholm is married to a fighter pilot and did not find me even a little bit intimidating. She is more stubborn than I am, and my alternative was to... If she had called Anna Teresa, the doctor would have been absolutely correct to hospitalize me. Kenneth would have stepped in sooner. I had not eaten anything since... Okay, one more time.
Mm-hmm.
Kenneth would have stepped in sooner.
I had not eaten anything since the tube of apple...
Kenneth would have stepped in sooner.
I had not eaten anything since the tube of applesauce the morning that I went to bed, because she was right. They had everything under control. They were doing all the things I would have done. With the arrival of Halim, they even had an extra pilot, one who could actually fly. Eugene did not need me actually collapsing, and I was right on the edge of that. I took a Milltown. I slept. I woke in my bunk in East Bay Quarters, completely disoriented. My face was wet with tears again. I hadn't slept much for the past several days, but I was so tired of waking up crying. I wanted Marlowe to sit on my back and pin me down into the bed. Outside the room, I could hear someone whispering, which might have been what woke me up. Probably Myrtle or Helen. I should get up so they would...
I should get up. Here we go.
Probably Myrtle or Helen.
I should get up so they would stop worrying and could get on with their lives. Rolling onto my back, my body felt like it weighed Earth normal. I stared at the ceiling, illuminated only by the thin strip of light bleeding through from the common room. Everything was dim and gray. I closed my eyes again. Later. I would get up later. Water dropped on my forehead. My eyes snapped open.
My eyes. Let me just one thing, please.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Water dropped on my forehead.
My eyes snapped open. I sat up, room spinning around me. Swinging my legs out of bed, I reached for the light switch and stopped myself. I was out of it, but I was not stupid. Bracing myself on the wall, I pushed open the thin plastic door. Water beaded on the walls and ceiling of the common room. Helen and Ahana were standing in a whispered conversation. Both women wore their pajamas, and the room lighting was set to evening's dim orange glow. "Don't touch anything." My voice sounded like death, appropriately. They both jumped. Helen did not waste time. She gestured at the ceiling, which was covered with heavy drops of water waiting to fall. "We noticed it about half an hour ago. I sent someone to tell Eugene and maintenance." "The whole habitat module?" I didn't actually think we'd be lucky enough that it was just the women's quarters, and Helen nodded to confirm that. "What time is it?" "Nearly 6. Helen was tapping her lower lip, looking at the ceiling condensation. Her eyes widened, and she turned to me. "On Monday. You slept through Sunday." "Well." I sat on the bed and bent down to grab my shoes. Last time I was barefoot, and having rubber soles seemed like a good idea. I guess that's what they mean by sleeping like the dead. "I'm going downstairs." Helen turned to Ahana. "Alert someone in West Bay and get them to help you wake people up, but make sure no one touches the light switches or anything with current. Move them out to Midtown." Give me a minute and I'll come with you. What I actually wanted to do was pee. Another drop of water hit the back of my neck as I yanked my shoes on and did not diminish the urge. Just go to Midtown with everyone else. Helen started toward the door. I stood up too fast, and the entire module spun in a violent circle around me. I grabbed the wall to steady myself. Helen's back was to me, and she missed all of that. Ahana saw it. I smiled at her and winked. As I walked past, I gestured to the doors. Might be best to open them so no one reaches for the switch by instinct. All right. She chewed her lower lip. Are you okay? Just practicing my dance routine for the talent show. I turned to follow Helen out of the room, but now that I was upright, the fact that I'd been asleep for more than a day made me uncomfortably aware of my bladder. Cursing under my breath, I steered.
Cursing, there we go.
Comfortably aware of my bladder.
Cursing under my breath, I steered into the bathroom and peed in the dark. If I had been wearing a mag, I'm pretty sure that I would have discovered what the maximum in maximum absorbency garment really was. 5 years later, I was out in the hall and feeling significantly less compromised. The condensation in the hall wasn't as bad, with fewer people breathing in it. The door to the West Bay Men's was open, and I could hear Ahana talking to someone. I crept down the spiral stairs, carefully not touching the metal banister or support.
This is the one thing.
Okay.
It's fine. Okay. Where we stopped, sorry. Carefully. Here we go.
I crept down the spiral stairs.
I just totally lost my place on the page. Got it, found it.
I crept down the spiral stairs,
carefully not touching the metal banister or support post, just in case. The equipment room for this module took up the entire bottom floor. This can make it sound huge, but because the domes were more properly bubbles, the lowest floor and the upper floor were the smallest. The stairs came down in the middle, with 4 aisles that radiated out to a walkway around the perimeter. Batteries, dehumidifier, oxygen, CO2 scrubbers, all in compact packages shipped up and installed in neat quadrants. Each module was designed to be self-contained in case there was ever a decompression event in another. We had central processing for things like power and water reclamation, but basic life support was duplicated. The room was low and brightly lit and far more humid than it should be. The lighting made it very easy to see the equipment and Helen's body lying at the end of the aisle. Well, that's all we're recording for today. See you later, folks. No. Just mean. In answer to the question that Rachel asked, Nathaniel was being released from the hospital, so that was basically his last night there, because he actually has to be home for future scenes. But yeah, he's, I think.
Next chapter looks like a long one. Oh no, I skipped a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean we won't get through it, but I'm sure we'll find a break. So let's just go ahead.
Yeah.
Lying at the end of the aisle.
36. Kansas. Yep, I shifted in my chair.
No, I heard that, but you said 36.
37. It is okay. 37.
All right, here we go.
Lying at the end of the aisle.
37. Kansas legislature approves tax reform. Bill asked for by Worgen, sent to House by 118 to 7 vote. Topeka, Kansas, May 13th, 1963, AP. In a special session today, the Senate passed.
In a special session? There we go.
1963, AP. In a special session today, the Senate passed 118 to 7, a bill urged by the late Governor Worgen to reform taxes by removing exemptions for the very wealthy. The measure, which now goes to the House, would increase state revenue in each of the next.
Would increase. Here we go.
The measure, which now goes to the House, would increase state revenue in each of the next 3 years. I stepped off the stairs and my heart was racing. What the hell had happened? Helen had been maybe 5 minutes in front of me. There hadn't been an arc, no telltale smell of ozone in the air. My eyes burned. Why was she on the floor? I could barely catch my breath, and the room was spinning around me. I had to power through because Helen was on the floor. She was face down on the floor, reaching toward the stairs. CO2. The entire room tilted wildly. There were emergency masks down here. Where? I couldn't think. The only thing that kept me focused was that we'd done this in training. I knew the drill. I couldn't save my crewmate if I was down too. I backpedaled, turning to the stairs, and staggered. Come on, Worgen. You can foxtrot while drunk. You've got this. I held my breath.
Let's just get one quick thing. There was a noise on where.
Okay.
Just where is all I need.
Okay.
There we go.
There were emergency masks down here.
Where? I couldn't think.
Thank you. Your chair has gotten a little noisier somehow.
Yeah, I don't know why it's noisier right now.
I held my breath. Here we go.
Okay.
Foxtrot while drunk. You've got this.
I held my breath, trying to trap what oxygen was still in my system. The stairs swam in front of me. Helen was behind me. I should go back for her. I shook that thought out of my head and got to the stairs. Grabbing the banister, which I had been afraid of for some reason. Why had that been? Up, go up, Worgen. CO2 stinks. Sinks. Sinks, it sinks.
CO2, up, go up. Just there, please.
Why had that been?
Up, go up, Worgen. CO2 sinks. By the second floor, I was on my hands and knees, or maybe I had been since down below. My left arm yelled every time I put weight on it, which helped me stay focused, so I kept crawling on all fours. The urgency to take a breath made my lungs burn, and on the landing for the second floor, I risked it. The devilish thing about CO2 is it feels like there's air. It felt like a relief to take in that breath. The room was still spinning, but not any worse than it had been. I was fuzzy-headed, but I could remember where the emergency masks were, mostly because they were directly across from the stairs and clearly labeled Emergency Oxygen Mask. I crawled to the wall.
Here we go.
See, oxygen mask.
I crawled to the wall and grabbed the handle of the EOM compartment to pull myself up. Just to open it, I had to stand with my legs spread wide and brace on the wall. I pulled out a mask. The familiar drilled motions to slide it over my head were clumsy with the wrong hand. I fumbled before I found the valve to activate it. Pure oxygen hissed with cold, metallic splendor. The cobwebs started to peel back from my brain, still clumping and clinging, but I knew what to do. I grabbed another mask. These were small packs designed to buy you 10 minutes to get to safety. Helen had been down there for... I wasn't sure how long, but I ran down the stairs. Everything was still spinning, and I nearly tumbled down the last few steps. I grabbed the walls. Slow is fast. I walked to Helen because I didn't have enough control to run. Kneeling next to her, I dragged.
Kneeling next to her?
Didn't have enough control to run.
Kneeling next to her, I dragged the mask over her face and turned the valve on.
Didn't have enough control to run.
Kneeling next to her, I dragged the mask over her face and turned the valve on. Only then did I check to make sure she was alive. Her pulse was frantic and fast, as if she'd been running. I sagged over her, catching myself on the floor with relief. The mask pressed against my face. 10 minutes. I had used 2 already. I got to my feet and grabbed Helen's arm to hoist her into a fireman's carry. Even at 1/6 G, when she only weighed.
Even, here we go.
To hoist her into a fireman's carry.
Even at 1/6 G, when she only weighed 9 kilograms, I almost pitched over trying to lift her. My limbs felt like jelly, and that wasn't the CO2's fault right now. That wasn't the cast. That was my own fault. I wet my lips and rolled her onto her back. This sucked, but I grabbed her other arm and dragged her toward the stairs. And then what? I wouldn't be able to get her up them, not in my current state. On any other day, I would try the intercom, but not with this much moisture on the walls. I propped her up against the base of the stairs. I looked up the spiral. 1 story up, we had offices. The floor above that had crew quarters. 2 flights of stairs, and I was barely keeping my feet. Could I get up in the 6 minutes remaining? No. But I could shout from the base of the next floor, which, if my brain had been working, I would have done in the first place. With the order of operations in my head, I scrambled up the stairs. When I came out on the office level, I took a deep breath.
I just heard a little drop out slightly before this.
Okay.
Just get it real quick. Let's find it.
Okay.
2 flights of stairs after crew quarters through feet.
Got it.
Okay.
The floor above that had crew quarters.
2 flights of stairs, and I was barely keeping my feet.
Okay. And then I scrambled up the stairs after stairs.
I scrambled up the stairs.
CO2! Oh, sorry. I looked at the wrong scramble up the stairs.
That's all right. Here we go.
I scrambled up the stairs.
When I came out on the office level, I took a deep breath in my mask and then peeled it off. Mayday! 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 I stuck my face in the mask and drew another breath, not bothering with the seal. Above me, I heard a reassuring scramble toward the stairs. CO2? Get a mask? Repeat! CO2! Get an oxygen mask! Above me, Ahana shouted back, Roger Wilco! A breath of metal air. Helen is down. I can't lift her. Machine room. Copy. We're on our way. Hang tight. I didn't wait to see who.
Didn't wait.
We're on our way. Hang tight.
I didn't wait to see who the other half of we was. I just trusted my colleagues to do their jobs, while the evil part of my brain pointed out that if either of them were connected to Icarus, I could expect to hear the door to the stairs close. If that happened, then I guess I'd find a non-conductive thing and use it on the intercom. Which again, if I had been thinking clearly earlier, I would have attempted. It still might have arced, but at least I wouldn't have been fried. I stuck my mask back on and turned to the EOM cabinet, trusting Ahana to take appropriate action. I swapped my mask out for a fresh one and grabbed one for Helen before I stumbled back down the stairs. As I came out of the stairwell, I saw the EOM cabinet down here, directly across from the stairs. I had been really out of it. Why the hell weren't the alarms sounding? I knelt next to Helen, and leaned over her to check the valve on her mask. Her eyes were open. My heart nearly gave out with relief. She stirred, trying to sit up, but couldn't coordinate enough to get her elbow under her. She saw me and said something that was garbled enough that I wasn't sure if it was English, Taiwanese, or French. If she had been me, it would have been some version of, "What happened?" CO2, help is coming. Nope, wait, she's in a mask now.
There we go. Let's get one quick thing. So
oh, no, but it's her own head, so she doesn't get the mask. If someone else was speaking, they would.
Back to... If I had been thinking clearly earlier, I could have attempted. Right at the top of the page, 362 there.
Okay.
See what I'm talking about?
Yep.
There we go. Here we go.
Which again...
If I had been thinking... okay.
Sorry, it's fighting me a little bit. Here we go.
Which again...
If I had been thinking clearly earlier, I could have attempted.
Thank you. Here we go. After what happened?
Version of what happened?
CO2, help is coming. I held up the fresh mask. Hold your breath. She nodded, drawing in a deep breath, and reached up to fumble with the straps of the mask she had on. I helped her drag it off, dark hair going every which way. We got the new mask on. Above us, feet clattered down the stairs. Moments later, in pajamas and wearing rubber sole shoes, Ahana and one of the women from computing rounded the last curve of the stairs.
Ahana, here we go.
Okay.
Pajamas and wearing rubber sole shoes.
Ahana and one of the women from computing.
Pajamas and wearing rubber sole shoes.
Ahana and one of the women from computing rounded the last curve of the stairs. They got us both up and to safety because, who am I kidding? I needed the help too. We have 7 minutes remaining in your timeline. Do you want
that's
to
a good break, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this seems like a good place.
I mean, I could keep going, but I think the next scene is another one where it's probably better if I don't stop mid-scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
yeah,
let's stop here. This is a good spot.
Yeah. Awesome.
Good work today.
You too. So back to our regular time tomorrow or the slightly earlier time?
Regular time, I'm afraid, tomorrow. Regular time for now, unless I hear something different.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well,
all right.
Thank you for your work. So we'll see everyone at 10:45 tomorrow, if launch conditions are appropriate. Thank you all, and I would say good night, except that I have to navigate over to the other place. All right. Now it's a good night. Maybe. Nope. Still trying to end the stream. This is super smooth. So good at this. Okay. Good night.